Sir, and welcome to another live reading. Our scroll for today will be Feeding the Forces, Actual Fact, series number 2. All right. So before we get started, all right, let's just take a moment to acknowledge ourselves empowered through our breath. All right. So we want to stand up and start by taking a deep breath. All right. Not just a deep breath. You don't want to limit it to a deep breath. You want to take a smile breath. Because when you hear complete union, all right, or smile, you're hearing complete union of all parts of your lungs, not just deep breathing, but also your mid lungs and also your upper lungs, which is very important. All right. Why is that so important? Because you want to tap into the full potential of the way Paa Taraq created you, or natural nature. All right. If you're a natural nature's design. All right. So you're going to allow your stomach to relax, because when you take a deep breath in, your diaphragm has a space to move freely. All right. And when you take a deep breath in, notice that your stomach goes out first. And then it acts like a vacuum, pulling air into all parts of your lungs, starting from your mid lungs. And then as you keep inhaling, the stomach starts going in as the air moves to the top part of your lungs. And then you feel everything totally expanded. And when you feel the full expansion, you hold the breath for a moment, because you're absorbing the life force. All right. You're going to read the scroll called Feeding the Forces. The forces can also feed you. And that's called the life force, which we as Sabians, wu-nuwaup Sabians, we know it as Saman. All right. That's what charges and permeates through all living entities, and it's abundant in the air. All right. And it's the counterpart to oxygen. Other natural races also acknowledge this energy as chi or she. It's also acknowledged as prana. All right. That's the same force. We call it sakem. All right. Which is also power. All right. So you tap into the power. All right. And that's your full potential. All right. So notice the movement is the inhale, and the movement is also the exhale. All right. Because there's always an equal and opposite action and reaction. All right. But in that action and reaction, there's also that rest. And that's that stillness. And when you take a deep breath in, you hold it for a moment. That's when that absorption is happening. And then you exhale. All right. And what you're absorbing is the love, support, healing, Ashuk, divine love, from Paa Taraq. And when you exhale that same wisdom, love, Ashuk, to your fellow brothers and sisters. And now you have created a conduit, a free energy conduit that's inexhaustible. And now you see the all expanding. Ashuk. All right. And then the 3 breaths that we would take time in the future to go over would be the nerve revitalizing breath. The nervous system is so important, because the nervous system is really your seat of existence. Your nervous system is the seat of your willpower. All right. So when we take a moment to heal our nervous system, we heal our relationship with ourselves and our relationship to our outer reality. All right. Because you use your nervous system to perceive the world. All right. For your intakes and your outputs. To beat your heart, you're using nerve force. All right. To communicate one idea to another part of your body, that's nerve force. Move my arm. All right. My body sent that signal, and it happens automatically through the nerve spots. All right. Then that also happens through your outer reality. So that's why the nervous system is a seat of will. All right. Our willpower. All right. And we're going to, fasting helps to heal the nervous system too. All right. Because you have all these extra stimulants that you quiet those voices. so you can tap into who you really are. And this also marks day one of our vernal equinox fast. All right, we have our colors for the winter and for the summer. The winter, we wear black, all right, the shortest day of the year. And notice that the forces, it's only going to get longer from there. The days are just going to get longer, so black pulls the energy up, all right? And in the winter, we wear white for purity, but also you notice that white pulls the energy down. And we go through our cycles. And now we're in the vernal, we're headed towards the vernal equinox, all right? And we're going to wear yellow or gold, all right, for that reason, the vernal, all right? And then that would mean in the fall, we wear red. And those are the colors. As you see, we have multiple dimensions. Take time to tap into yourself. Start with your breath, all right? You acknowledge yourself because the first reality is you. And in acknowledging yourself, you acknowledge the all around you. And we acknowledge our master teacher who brings us together, known to us as Baabaa Yaanun, all right, and many other names, all right. And when you need to tap into the healing, whenever you need support, whenever you need guidance, you're going to imagine Pa'ut, as you say, Ata Paa Taraq la Rawuk em Yaanun, Ata Paa Babab la Yehu. Open the way to the Rawuk, the soul of Yaanun, the soul being the spark of life, all right, the breath of life, all right. And then towards the last exercise, as you go into astral projection, as you go into, I'm talking about the breath book, which was originally an AEO scroll. Now it's available to us all through actual facts, all right, because it's an actual fact. As you learn how you put together, you have the grand etheric breath. And that brings an awareness of every cell in your body and every cell that's permeating through the omniverse, all right, because you're going back to the original spark, all right, and even before that. So now you say, Ata Paa Taraq la Rawuk em Yaanun. Open the way to the soul of Yaanun. Open the door towards him. Ata Paa Babab la Yehu. And as you acknowledge our master teacher, him who has incarnated in the flesh and blood from us, sent to us, by us, back to us. That is a story of ourself. So as you're acknowledging him, you're going to not acknowledge yourself automatically. So that's why you say who. Who is interchangeable for him. It's also interchangeable to who, which is that creative force, all right, that permeates. And it's the first word that's spoken, the first vibration, all right? So you remember who you are, despite everything that you have to have faced, all right? And what you have become, all right, as you adapted to the different states of reality, all right? The different states, the different seasons, all right? Despite what you have become and what you had to do through the different seasons, you still remember who you are, all right? That is older than what you have become, all right? So hold on to the rope, all right? So that's the wisdom that you're breathing in and tapping into. And when you breathe out, that's the wisdom that you're sharing, all right? Because we don't hoard the facts. We share in them. And that's why Baabaa said, I'll give you everything that I have if you promise to share it with me. All right, maybe he didn't say promise, but if you share it with me, I will give you all that I have, all right? And you share into that, and you do the same, all right? So as you acknowledge our master teacher, you're acknowledging yourself, all right? So let's take a moment to acknowledge our master teacher who brings us all together as our Zeti. Zeti being the nucleus, all right, for the purpose of renewing our story as one soul, one mission, one people. Abdoi kalau tapalorat wufakur bisamus papaut. Begin all prayers and thinking by using the all expanding. Did you know that breathing itself is a prayer? Barur, barur, barur. Nabab nadad mukdad. Nahutz mukdad badid patah. Nahutz muklas badid yanu. Holy, holy, holy. Master Overseer Almighty. Holy as in all existing gases. The holy seed, the holy people. One soul, one people, one body. As in Pa'ut. Because what is greater than Pa'ut? That is our Master Overseer Almighty. All existing gases through all space and time. No God except Patah. Patah. Our Nadar of opening. Notice your nose is a thing of opening. Notice your heart is a thing of opening. Because as you look at the Pa'ut symbol, you're going to notice that inner door. All right. So it is Ashuk that is key, but it is you who opens the door. And as we learn to heal our heart seats, we become the ones who open. We become muktars, mukta, as in patah. All right, while we use our thing of opening, which would be a miktah. And that's why we call our third eye jewel, mind your mind for the jewels of your soul. It's called a miktah. All right, as you expand, all right, so all wisdom, all space and time. These are tools to unlock our potential. Paa Taraq. Anuki Jawef Pa Ashok M Pa Pa'ut. Wu Kalal Ashok Kawun Jawef Niya. Anuki Kasamun M Pa Pa'ut. Wu Pa Pa'ut Kawun Kasamun En Niya. Anuki wahu ame Pa Pa'ut. Wu Pa Pa'ut kawun wahu ame niya. Nakuk kado najo ame kasam em Pa Pa'ut. Wu chabub ame mushkas Nakuk kado kawan kalau pafef nakuk ayo jawef Pa Pa'ut. Ame wase ame ayani kawun lake bakoy jawef Pa Pa'ut. Anuki abed biye nafashni. Pa Pa'ut kawun anuki. Pa Pa'ut kador nakuk kador. Pa Pa'ut amor nakuk amor. The all is, I am. The all can, I can. The all does, I do. Why? Because they are me and I am them. And this is for them from us. We are you all's children and you are our ancestors. You are natural nature. Lahehu manehnu antum ate karehu antum ate karekum Antum ate karednu. Antum ate jawef niya. Antum ate niyawu anukihum. Ya ye ashukreye. Ashmud yayehnu. Ya ye nataru alfuknu. Nahun atir mukhrarukum. Ya ye nataru alfuknu. 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 Ya ye natarunun. Anun. Atum. Atum. Amun. And that is why we live by soul, not spirit. The spirit is the personality, and we all have one, but not everyone is in touch with the soul, which keeps the spirit in check. And we remind ourselves constantly that they are me and I am them. We have our rhyme and reason, our shook. And we acknowledge that the scroll that we would be reading today, all right, is the truth and the way sent down from our very ancestors, all right, for the purpose of healing our story. And the same way that we ask for acceptance, we accept you. We accept this scroll, our master teacher, and we accept this healing. I shook. All right, I lost the cover. The truth and the way. Hanen misfakawun. Pasawabu Paa Taraq. Ze kawunana zulalahe antkum. Mane maspatwu masaa. Ama hade amumuda ma'un. Mane musafukum. Unataru. Arjulaye nafashukum. Alfukshane kawunkum. Pasawabu Paa Taraq. Ahadeyamu padamal. Nahun sawuanskum. Lahe panendamalu shafe. Nahun sawuanskum. Lahetem nasoinu. Nahun sawuanskum. Lahe ashakuma. Anskumater muslafunu. Nahun ater mukrarkum. Nahun salub nasarkuma. Nahun salub nasarkuma. Ansanun kahenataru. Ansanun muslafunun. Nahun ater muspatu. Anun. Atum. 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 We are Sabians. Tawakum, Nadaru, Wumuntaru. Tawatak, Muntar, Baabaa Yaanun, in the personage of His Excellency, Malachi York, or Quran, Zeddy, flesh and blood like us, living and breathing like us, as an example. And Tawakum to us, Moisar, as we are doing our very best to transform into the very best versions of ourselves in our one collective body. All right. Tawakum to all of us who's doing our very best. And Tawakum to our ancestors who has supported us thus far because we're still here. And now it's time to unlock those memories, as this is a genetic doctrine. All right, feeding the forces. So we're going to go to another scroll, a little bit about the author, just because I lost the cover to the scroll. A little bit about the author who's bringing us the scroll of eyes. All right. The eye is a thing of opening, which is an extension of your nervous system. All right. And we have our spiritual eyes because we are healing. We see our double anktui. All right. For the physical and spiritual resurrection of the people. All right. So it's time for us to all open our eyes and come out of our coffins. All right. And here is our master teacher, author of this scroll, known to us as Baabaa Yaanun, the master teacher. His Excellency Malachi Z. Kabina York, or crime. Kabina means born Tuesday, June 26, 1945 AD in Ghana, Africa. Those are Baaba's coordinates as Baabaa taps into Poet himself. All right. One of the hats that he wears is transmitter. All right. So notice Baabaa tapping into the oversoul through his coordinate. All right. To share and help us all. All right. So let's get right into our reading. And everybody feel free to unmute and participate as we're reading. All right. Feeding the forces. Let's start with the top. It says, Pa Safun Mayatat Shil Pa Nadar Amanub Rayakpata Pa Hanut Zeti, which says, the sacred papyrus of Amanubi Rayakta Melchizedek. Bi Pa Ranan Shil Re Anun Wu Atum Wu Atun Wu Amun, by the names of the Ray, son, by the names of Ray sons, Anun and Atun, for self-sufficient, Atun, unique one, Amun, hidden one. All right. So now we go through our different seasons. All right. Self-sufficient. Why? Because the all grows out of all. All right. There's nothing greater than all. All right. It just permeates and changes appearances. All right. And builds on top of each other. And then also pulls away from each other as well. All right. So that's our noon and our tomb. All right. Our tomb. And then we have our tomb, the unique one. All right. So we have our tomb, unspecialized selves. All right. Then it starts to divide and specialize in its full glory and its full peak. It's known as our tomb. All right. And that's called the unique one. Why? Because each cell in your body is unique. They each serve a purpose. They all started out as stem cells, though. So your heart cell has its own purpose. Your brain cell has its own purpose. All right. Your skin cell has its own purpose. And notice that none of these cells are competing with each other. When it starts to compete with each other, you call that cancer. All right. But in a healthy system, all right, the unique one, all right, whenever you say one, you can start to divide and you start to see the uniqueness and appreciate the uniqueness in yourself and all that permeates. All right. And then you have
Amun.
the hidden one, right? As we start to go back into the waters of Anun, and you cycle back around. All right. And that's how you become timeless. All right. So Pa Safur Shil Datsutat, the scroll of eyes. All right. Also known as Pa Safur Shil Ayantat, the scroll of eyes. All right. Jatutat, Ayantat. Those are both eyes. All right. Let's start reading by Sar. It's been a while since I read this scroll, and I just been looking at it for like 2 weeks. So I figured it's a perfect day as we welcome in the vernal equinox coming right off of Mary Abba Akran's birthday. I feel the support, all right, as she sits in Sirius for the purpose of supporting us in our shook divine love, all right, and then feel the support of your mothers, all right, and the mother inside of you, all right. So I'm very excited to read this scroll. It's been years actually since I read it. Feeding the forces. 1. Yah, all of you who claim you know and call on our ancestors and your many rituals, you seek our loyal family members, our bloodline, our genes. 2. You have testified that Pare'ah, Amanub Reakta, is here to bring in Rehak Aket Pa Masu, Hasmoni, Pa Masu. He was born under the sign of Kafre, scarab, June, the symbol of the black beetle, the coming into being as recorded in Pa Unis, that's the funerary papyrus text. They cause thee to come into being as Re, and his name as Capre or Kafre. All right. So the Pa Unis funerary papyrus text, sometimes you might see it's referred to as the coming forth by day scroll or the dead, the book of the dead. All right. And why do they call it the book of the dead? Because they constantly saw them in tombs of different mummies. All right. And what did Baba come to do? He found us in a dead state to resurrect. All right. So for us, all right, as Africans, as Nuwaup Sabians, we know that energy doesn't really die. It transforms. All right. So this is a transformative time. All right. So Baba was born under that sign. All right. So the day he was born, all that is part of his nature. That was perfect for what is needed right now. All right. In the cycles of time. 3. Kefre, Kepri, Kapera, the black scarab beetle, as seen as a mortal man with a scarab over his head, and a large black scarab beetle sitting in the solar boat and rolling the sun disk as Atum Ray. All right. So Atum Ray, what does Atum Ray do? You're going into the secrets because you're starting to descend down into the hidden. All right. So Atum would be west. If you were to look at a compass, put Atum, Hasmuni, I meant to say east. Atum is east. All right. So Atum is starting to pull up the energy, not descend down. Hasmuni. Atum is pulling up the energy. All right. So now it's time to usher in the sun cycle. All the wisdom that you got from those dark waters, it's time now to come forth. All right. So now you hear the coming forth by day. All right. As you give birth and rebirth. All right. So our moon is when you're declining and you're going into the hidden. And our tomb, you're coming back up with all that wisdom. All right. So notice also that capre or capera or capri, there's all different ways that you can pronounce. You'll see it appear. So no matter how it appears, you'll be able to recognize. All right. You'll notice that it's a man, a mortal man with a beetle over his head. All right. So you're acknowledging your you're acknowledging the different seasons, your decline, the mortal side. So the mortal side also meeting your immortal side. And what is so special about the beetle? The scarab beetle is so special because the way that it's born, all right, it puts its the beetle, it lays its eggs in manure, all right. So from the worst condition, life comes out of again and again, all right. So from death, you go back to life, all right. So I don't know if you can see these pictures, but that's Caffrey, all right. There goes another depiction of Caffrey. Another depiction, if you ever see a man with a beetle over his head, that'll be a Caffrey too. All right. So the pyramid text. Yes, Zamaltat Ninki, Rahabat.
Rahubat, Muisar. I just wanted to say that that beetle part is very interesting for me because I work in a game reserve. So you will find them rolling the elephant dung. So some of them will lay eggs inside. So we know that when we drive through the reserve, whenever you find any dung, you don't drive on top of it. You will either leave it in the center or you move to the side. So it's the same thing because I live in the village as well. Cattle dung is the same. So, and it's funny because in summer, which is what it is now, there's a lot of them almost everywhere outside. So yeah, that's very interesting. Now I look at them differently.
Right. I appreciate you sharing that, Zamaltat. And the sacredness, because for Nuwapian Sabians, the insect in general is very sacred to us. And there's a reason, all right, including the mosquito. The mosquito is credited for saving Africa, all right? And why is that? Because the mosquito would make these invaders who came to colonize get very sick. There's certain parts that they couldn't really infiltrate, all right? That's why they had to indoctrinate the people so that they can infiltrate on their behalf, all right? So the insect actually protected Africa, all right? And Tawaha for sharing that. It's nice to talk to somebody who actually gets to live the realities and see it play out and share, you know, because in this part of the world we don't really have the beetles, per se right in front of me, but it's nice to have somebody to confirm, you know, the nature of the beetle, all right, and what it represents to us. So thou comest into being in this thy name, Kafre being one. All right. So that's one of the names. Capre. All right. Cafre, Capre, Capera. Now I even hear like Brazilians who brought their sacred dance that they took from Africa. All right. They call it Capera, Capoeira. All right. It's their martial arts dance form. All right. Which they accredit to being very spiritual. I'm not really, that familiar with Capoeira, but I know that it links back to Africa. All right. And that dance has to do with their liberation. And I'm just thinking from such sad circumstances, we have a dance that they'll call Capoeira. All right. Which I hear as rebirth. All right. So keeping that energy alive. All right. So thou comest into being in this thy name, Khafre, being one. Pyramid text in the papyrus of Unis, the sarcophagus chamber in the pyramids of Unis. All right. So you'll find these sacred writings in various tomb chambers with sarcophagi. Sarcophagi means dead people, pretty much mummies. All right. So with the intention, all right, of the purpose of rebirth, all right, or living on in different ways. All right. So Baabaa represents rebirth. All right. As he explained away religion, all right, he explained away so much. Papyrus of Unis and Causeway. All right, this is another figure uh, of another pyramid. I meant to say pyramid of Unis and Causeway. Khafre, meaning transformational power of Ray, is the sun at dawn on the eastern horizon, or Khafre, passing on the power to Atum Ray, who transforms into Re Hak Akatwi, the second of the two Akatwi lions. All right. So you have the two lions. All right. So this will be west and east. And this will be, they represent the horizon. All right. Or the equinox. Your equinox represents your horizon. All right. So when we look at the chart, this is where the lions sit, west and east, as Atum and also Amun. All right, but we're on the side of Atum right now. We're talking about Atum. And our fast is perfect for this time because our fast, all right, we have different seasons depending on where you are, but now we're going into our spring. Our spring will fall on that same equinox of Atum. All right, because it's time to breathe life back into. All right, transformative power of the sun. As you're going to look around, you're going to see the sun as it shifts, bringing in new life. You're going to see the green start to come back and all that. All right. From our sleep cycle, which would have been winter. All right. So Khafre, meaning transformational power of Ray, is the sun at dawn on the eastern, so the dawn. That's why you say coming forth by day. Coming forth by day means that you're in dawn. Dawn means the day is just getting started. All right. So their ending is really our beginning. All right. The sun at dawn on the eastern horizon as Khafre passing on power to Atumre, who transforms into Rehar Akatwi. All right. The second of the two Akatwi or Akirtwi. All right. Akir, that is all the lion. So when you hear Twi, you hear two. All right. So Akatwi. All right. When you see them both appear, it's acknowledging that transformative. All right. And then the lion, even today, the lion is still associated with the sun as a sign. All right. So the second of the two Akatwi lions, or Cancer, the symbol in ancient Egypt of Dub, of Khafre, then they're the sign of the scarab for the month of June, time on summer solstice, which is followed by Akir or Leo, the lion. All right, so Khafre is ushering for that transformation, right? We're in June right now. I'm sorry, we're in March right now. All right. And then you'll notice that as we're starting to be pulled up from after, depending on where you are on the planet from where I am, after March 20th, all right, that is the day and the night will be equal on March 20th. And then from there, the days will get longer and longer, and the nights will get shorter and shorter. All right. So that's ushering in the return of the Leo star constellation The great lion, Parut, the Sphinx, will stand up again. The second return. All right. And there's the Leo star constellation. All right. So look up the Leo star constellation on you could just look it up right on the internet. All right. There's a figure, but mine is not very clear, so I'm not going to show it. But the Leo star constellation. So as we're shifting, all right, we're moving towards the Leo star constellation. And what do we learn about astronomy? All right, astronomy as what's happening galactically is also happening cellularly. All right. So as you shift a certain angle, what's permeating, all right, that energy, that movement that planet or wherever that constellation gives off, is more direct or more indirect, all right, which would change the energy. Just like the sun, all right, as you go through your different seasons, as you change your angle, you can have more direct rays or indirect rays, which would change the feeling, all right, and the mood of the planet, all right, and then which is going to also impact what is going to be pulled out, all right, or how the planet will respond, all right, and which would be how the people will respond, all right. So it's all one story, all right. So the return of the Leo star constellation, the great lion, Parut, the Sphinx, will stand up again, the second return. 8. Pawabu, or Nibu, of Amun-Re combined his different forms to assert that Atum Kafre rises on the primeval mound, on the primeval mound, in the mansions of Bennu in Anu. All right, a mound is another way of saying pyramid. All right, the original mounds. All right. And then you see that we are the original mound builders on this planet. You find mounds or pyramids throughout the entire planet. All right. Bennu and Anu. 9. This is referring to Amun-Re's journey to the hours of deep or darkness of Anun Kafre, raises his beauty into the body of Nut, the sky mother deity. All right. So as we're going through our journey, all right, and we end up west, we go back into the waters of Noon. All right. And that's our gestation, period. All right. As we're going through those waters in a deep sleep, a deep darkness. All right. Or a journey through the unconscious. And it's going to be pulled up to the conscious. All right. So that's we're going into the ethers now. All right. So we're referring to Amun-Re's journey through the hours, deep or darkness of Anun Kafre, rises his beauty into the body of into the body of Nut. So notice, remember, we learned about the Nut and Nut seed. And you see her body, you see you see Nuts, and you see Geb. All right. And you see Geb as a man. Geb also represents a pearl, all right, or a ball, a star, a solid. And then you look into her body and then you see that she houses all the stars. All right. So he gets pulled back into that. So he gets pulled back into that whirlwind. All right. His body. All right. And then he takes that journey through her body. All right. And that's why we honor our mothers. All right. Because on this physical plane, if you want to come back, you have to come back. You go back to your mother, you come, and then you come out through your mother again. All right. So the workings of the heavens is upon you now. 11. Dawn or Atum Re into Atum Kafre, into Re Akat, or the rebirth of Amun Re as Pa Masu is coming now. Pa Masu. All right. It jogs my memory right now. But who can remember Pa Masu? All right. Masuh. Pa Masu. All right. So, well, more than likely that has been updated into a new word. All right. So the dawn or Atum Ray into Atum Kafre into Ray Pa Akat, or the rebirth of Amun Ray as Pa Masu is coming now. So notice how you start as the way Baabaa worded it. He says into, or the rebirth. So you're respecting the process, all right? Because one state leads to another state, into another state, into another state. All right, so you're going through the different states of becoming. On December 21st, 2012 AD. So this scroll was written before that date, all right? Because I remember I had this before that date. And then also, this was originally an AEO scroll, all right? So yeah, so then it had to have come out even before. It just came out way before this. All right. So on December 21st, 2012 AD, at dawn, the Paa Noon Earth lines up with Re, the black womb, or galactic center of the black hole, the fifth element Nut. Right? There was a special alignment that was to take place at that time. All right. So Earth for Earth. So Earth would have lined up specifically with the center, our galactical center. All right. So if only you knew that it started in the fourth cycle of 1993 Hasmuni, 1993 AD, on to 2008, 9, 10, 11. So I'm seeing September 10th, 2011, and 2012 AD. There is much to watch around the world. All right. So learn to, our ancestors are speaking to us in so many ways. And we learn to speak again the language of nature. All right. And we're going to go back to the most ancient languages. All right. The most ancient language, which is nature itself. All right. Because a lot of times nature is speaking to us, but we don't speak that language anymore. So we have no idea what this means and what that means to us. All right. 14. And Amanub Reaktata is breath from us, our Ak, to open the way. All right. So that spark, all right, that original spark, that breath, that Rawuk. All right. So Baabaa said he's going to breathe his life into you. So you have his spirit. All right. We're talking about that oversoul spirit. All right. Because as Baabaa also breathes himself. So Baabaa is breathing in those original sparks. All right. And then when you look into your own body, into your own nervous system, you're going to see that the sparks travel. All right. So as your spark, you breathe out that same, all right, spark to your fellow brothers and sisters. All right. So you're opening the way to ether, to our ether, our Ak. All right. And your breath is also considered a gateway between your physical and your etherical world. All right. So, and then, why then did you all leave him to the hands of the wicked ones? All right. So what was his purpose? All right. Baabaa was sparked. His purpose was to spark you. So now Baba's going to ask, all right, why did you allow this to happen to him if you knew the job that he had for us? All right. So 15, why then did you all leave him to the hands of the wicked ones. 16. Did you not sniff his fragrance of our soul? All right. So we're going back into breathing again. Couldn't you not sense the soul that was permeating him? All right. So his fragrance was carrying their oversoul. All right. Which was meant to be breathed into you. Yet, 17, yet elected to smell the putrefied odor of dead flesh. All right. So rather than choosing the breath of life, many of us chose the breath of death. All right. As in other scrolls, Baabaa explains that they didn't just come and take him. It was through many of us who were offered promises or different things like that. All right. So we traded the real thing for illusions. All right. Because we couldn't sense his soul because we were out of touch with our own, many of us. All right. So did you not hear our voices come by way of him, yet elected to listen to the howling of the beast man? All right. So in favor of the facts and truth, no, you want to just keep taking in that poison. All right. 20. You gave him over as you did 2,000 years ago with the Amen, Pa Amun, Par Amun, called Yahshua. You are lost. All right. So in that Jesus story is the same thing. All right. I'll betray for 30 shillings. All right. And then what did Judas get from it? Nothing. All right. His life wasn't that great in that story. So as it parallels to Baaba's story, you'll notice that many of the people who turned on Baabaa, their lives are not really going as promised because they were offered movie deals, they were offered all types of monies that these people never saw. All right. Or what little they got, it didn't last anyway. Furthermore, 21. Furthermore, you all testify that Pa Mujdud, the reformer, the renewer, is in fact our master teacher, the man of the hour. 22. Why then did you not hearken our words, but follow the gibberish of liars? All right. So once you testify, you confirm. All right. Talking about the ones who did confirm that this is true. Okay, this is true. So why don't you just heed to what's true? Why do you continue to follow behind the gibberish of liars? You also stated in your own words that you saw from 1970 AD until you left miraculous proofs to authenticate his identity. Why have you not helped him and seek illumination, transformation by these signs? All right. There's so many people that are so mean. All right. Now, I haven't been around during this time. I wasn't around in 1970s, obviously. I wasn't around on the land. All right. By the time I came around, I'm reading the after effects. All right. As I'm also healing my own story. All right. So I learned who Baabaa was after all this took place. He was already incarcerated, and I came in through the school of wu-nuwaup, wu-nuwaup. All right. And I was already ready for this information. I was ready for my transformation. And so many have isolated Baabaa, all right, or hoarded information or not share it, all right, or abused other people, all right, abused themselves. And I'm not saying I'm perfect in my journey as well. There's things and things I needed to heal and learn from too. But there's people who said they witnessed him do certain things. For me, I'm having to see for myself when I look around and I don't see it, but I read about it, and then I learn to see it in nature, and then it gets authenticated through my life and my confirmation in me. So I authenticate. All right. But there's people who claim that they saw and testified, and still it didn't transform them for the better. All right. And many of us are still in our sad realities, all right, competing for importance, all right? So you want that soul spark, all right? So you stated with your own words that you saw from 1970 AD until you left miraculous proofs to authenticate his identity, all right? I sat in one of the, I sat in the temple, and I was just listening to old stories about Baaba's mom and Baabaa and different things that people experienced. All right. And for me, there's stories, but those are those people's actual experiences. All right. But now when I start to get those authentications for myself, because hearing, that's your experience. I heard that, you saw it, you experienced it. So then life will come around and then it will unlock. And now I'm responsible for what I know. And I don't mistake what I know for what someone else knows. So now in time, things got authenticated. And then the respect actually grew. All right. But there's people who said that they saw these miracles. And still, why have you not helped him and seek illumination transformed by these signs? All right. Help him by helping yourself. But repudiated the perfect way of life, wu-nuwaup. All right, repudiated the perfect way of life. So the way has been given, and many of us still don't accept it, even when we see the benefits and it was authenticated that it's just not words on paper. All right, many people got to live it, yet they still don't live by it after saying, oh, it was good. All right. 26. Moreover, you asserted that we support him wherever he leads us. 27. Why then did you not seek enlightenment through all he came to give you? 28. Neither today apprehend even a spark from the brilliant intelligence we displayed by him for your salvation. 29. You also accepted as fact that we were the ones who inspired all his words and many schools. 30. What one man could have done such great works without our help? 31. We guide his hand, which held his pen, and we held his heart in our hands while you hugged his body. All right. So a lot of us, and that's why when somebody came, and this person, you know, it's no secret, like I'm put out there, I'm one of Baaba's mates. All right. But I met him not through the physical. I met him more through the etheric. I met him more through reading the scrolls and a mind link. All right. And it's not any type of competition ever. It's about a spark and an awareness that it's in my best interest and your best interest if we all heal. So many hold over other people that I was actually there. I walked with him physically. And this is a testimony saying, wow, you hugged his body, we held his heart. All right. And many of us can relate to that. There's a lot of times people look at you and you don't feel seen. All right. So what one man could have done such great works without our help? We guide his hand, which held his pen, and we held his heart in our hands while you hugged his body. 32. We did all this for you as a loving kindness to our offspring. 33. Why then do you not beseech our loving kindness and search for our guidance? all right? Because it's not marur. Marur is darling love. That doesn't open it. That doesn't open that door, all right? It's ashuk. Ashuk does, all right? Ashuk is not contingent on being a wife or whatever, all right? Ashuk, that's an inner honesty, all right? It's not contingent on even a gender, all right? So why did you not beseech our loving kindness and search for our guidance? 34. Instead, you turn yourselves away from him to die at Satan's hands. All right. So all these questions are not for people who are trying to figure it out. No, I'm not sure. I got to look into it, look into the facts. But once you've accepted the facts, all right, now you're consciously making your own decisions. And knowing these facts, all right, now if you confirm that, okay, what he taught was real, who he said he was measured out, all right, why did you not adhere to them, all right? For those of us claiming that we saw the power in what he was doing and that we accept it, all right, because the reality in our hearts, we really don't, all right? That's why it's ashuk that is the key, but it is you who opens the door. And notice that door is inward. We're talking about the heart seat. Rahubat Sakem Ka. Ray.
Robert, on chat. So relating to what you just saying about those that saw Baba and met him and experienced his greatness, I had, everybody had their experience. I had many experiences with him on the land. I think because the reason why we didn't embrace it totally, because the spell was still there. Like, you know what I mean? We're still coming out of it. We
Right.
still coming. We realize now that it's so many layers of it. And when I speak about my experience, it have nothing to do with trying to make a person submit and follow what I'm saying. It's just sharing good things that
Your phone
change my
keep
whole
breaking up
outlook.
for some reason. You sound so distorted in your last couple sentences. Uh yeah, just mute and unmute again or leave and come back because we can't hear anything.
A little clear now. Got the home sound on too.
Yeah, that's better. Okay, so we left off where you say you're not doing it to hold things over people. You're just trying to share.
Yeah, like a lot of people use that. I was there and I saw things and I lived in the community. I did all that, but it have nothing to do with uh look at me as Bible or anything else. It's just sharing beautiful experiences that you want them to pick up on the right vibration from you sharing it. So yeah, I think relating to what you was just reading, why we didn't embrace it, because
Okay,
the
your
spell was
phone's
still
doing
there.
that again. Your phone's doing that
Okay,
again.
all right. So
But
yeah.
yeah, I get your point though. I get your point. Your phone is just breaking up again, but we get your point, and we appreciate that. It's beautiful when we share things and share things really from our heart because you could tell the difference. And it is very needed, for people to share that. But then you can notice as well when people weaponize, all right, because reality you can't confine such a big ashuk to one place and time, all right, and we could use that to spark. So I love hearing some of the stories, but then I also notice when some people try to cause a competition or put other people down or use certain things. And that's one of the reasons why I kept my personal things with Bob personal, because I also saw people using that to abuse others. I just never wanted to be guilty of that myself because I'm working on myself alongside with everybody else, overcoming spells that was put on me that I'm still overcoming. So we could see the humanity in all of ourselves, from our elders who've been there to newcomers, all right, and that they have their confirmations, and we respect that. So uh, I appreciate that, but you see how a lot of people have misused, all right, for whatever reason that they did. All right. So 31. We guide his hand, which held his pen, and we held his heart in our hands while you hugged his body. 32. We did all this for you as a loving kindness to our offspring. 33. Why then do you not beseech our loving kindness and search for our guidance? Instead, you turn yourselves away from him to die at Satan's hands. And a testimony to this, if we had been living the culture here in the West, none of us would have succumbed to COVID-19. All right. Because it wasn't out for Nagaru DNA, it was out for the Adamite seed. So it lets you know that we're still in the Adamite captivity. That's why Baabaa kept warning around the time that this scroll was put back out. He kept saying that you guys are still on the menu and don't be food for the gods. All right. Don't be food for the gods. That's when he was breaking down how we're feeding the forces. All right. So we turn ourselves away from him to die at Satan's hands. 35. You have accepted that we, Paa Nadaru, were and are, who inspire him, and these very readings for you. 36. Amazingly enough, when some of you had the opportunity to listen to the readings that were conveyed or that we conveyed, your eyes overflow with tears as a result of you knowing and feeling the loss of one such as he. 37. Your very hearts exclaim, truth is truth. 38. Then you say, Ya Pa Nebu, Ya Nataru, we have trusted in him who you sent. 39. We implore you, include us in the company of those whose entire life is still and has been truly committed to him. 40. We declare to anyone who rejects him and wu-nuwaup, the trustworthy way of life, and becomes high and mighty, and would rather have this temporary world offers. All right. So Bible always says, mind your mind, for the jewels of your soul. All right. And despite coming across all this, despite getting those genetic explosions, despite having those emotional movements and crying, all right, many of us still turn back to the temporary offers of this world. All right. We read the scroll genetic kiss and still try to get in somebody's pants, all right, or under their dress. All right. Just because we can. All right. So, for example, using that. And that's something that's so temporary that can have a lasting impact. All right. Not just for this lifetime, but for lifetimes to come. All right. That misery is your destiny, but the infernal regions shall be your final destination. All right. So when we talk about heaven and hell, we start realizing that we are creating our own hells through our very decisions. All right. So now we didn't know better before. That was before. Now we don't have an excuse because we've been told and we have the facts. Yet we're still creating these hells for ourselves. All right. Through our poor way of life, the low standards that we're living, how we're interacting with ourselves and each other, the things that we're deciding to do with this information. All right. Using it to go colonize others for fame, fortune. All right. And the fact that you can do all that, knowing the implications. All right. You're actually deciding your fate. All right. So, but the infernal regions shall be your final destination. All right. Even certain things, Baabaa even had sent out things of what to eat, not to eat anymore, things to do, not to do anymore, and the implications. And a lot of times that we think we're going to cut corners just a little. I know it's bad, but it's not that bad. And you realize that any compromise opens that gateway for misery. All right. And we create protections in our genes, because what happens is when we follow the guidance, we get back into the radar of the natural protections. You start activating your natural protections. So, for example, I give a little example because I want to despookify, because a lot of times people do things because they don't want to be judged. That's not the reason to do things. You do things to put yourself back in proper alignment. So, for example, in the birth book, it was talking about how during World War, I think it was World War One, no, World War Two, and it was tuberculosis that was going around, and many soldiers were succumbing to tuberculosis. He said that 0% of the soldiers who breathe properly through their nose, and more correct, because it's only a small amount. He said that it's a very elite class of people who breathe properly. Just by breathing properly, they were able to not succumb to death, where all these other people, because tuberculosis was taking out so many people. So just by breathing properly. So now when you start to get the facts, it starts to let you reorder your life. All right. So now you're under the protections. All right. So a lot of us ran. All right. Baabaa had given so much warnings, and I'm anti the vaccine or anything like that. But Baabaa had given warnings saying, do this, live your culture, speak your language, do all this. He gave all these instructions, and he would always put messages out, but you guys don't listen. You don't listen. And then he was like, what to eat? People asked. He said, I'm not going to tell y'all what to eat because y'all don't listen anyway. Y'all going to eat what y'all want anyway. And you see the mental gymnastics people do. All right. Like somebody has said that that they come from a planet where they don't drink water. So the mental gymnastics people do to make themselves the exception to the rule of natural nature. All right. But the reality is, if you don't drink water, you're shortening your life because you're mostly water. All right. But people do these things. One moment, Jamal. I'm mute right after I finish my thought. Tower Hat. So people do these things to not live the culture in many ways. And living the culture means living according to the facts. All right. The facts of life. If you could see a fact and ignore it, you're not living the culture. So many of us didn't run to live the culture, but we ran to get the vaccine. All right. So what does that say? All right. That says that we are still unnatural beings. All right. So now think about that. Yes, Zamal. Sakhan.
Yeah, none chat. I took the Moderna only. You remember it was publicized on calls and things like that. And I also heard Baba say he took it, and if he said if you need it, take it. But at that time, I was still working for them. I was working at Amazon, so I had my boss asked me to get it. So I had took it 2 years before that, 2021, 2022, and I said ain't no response happened then. But the body that third time, that same month of 2023, that's when this thing triggered this. And I ain't been the same since. But so I'm working with Lightwave, and I got the chlorophyll you told me about years ago. I was taking that before I even got sick. But I'm gonna get through it. It's just I want to get through it so I could get back out there with them books and tables
Right.
and start being effective. I just sit home all day, ain't gotta work for nobody. I'm good, but that way. But all right, yeah. But the Moderna, I wish I wouldn't have never took it that third time.
Right. Right. So I appreciate you sharing that. Now, it's one thing if we're taking the way that the way that Baba says when you're teaching, try to keep your opinion to yourself. But this is my opinion. Nonetheless, that if we're doing the best, like if we're doing everything, we're living the culture, and then we go get the Moderna, it's different than when we're not living the culture. We out there, we eating the things he said don't eat. We're existing on certain tones still. We're not really stepping up. We're doing the bare minimum. And then it's like, oh, you know, if you need to, go take the Moderna. There's a lot of things that we needed to do that we didn't do. All right. So it's like a lot of us still died. The balloon ceremonies, they were just going up. Things were happening. All right. So so the reality is that there's a lot of protections. And it's like, do we trust in natural nature, or do we trust in Moderna vaccine more than we trust in natural nature? And it shows the layers of the spell, because the reality is that we trust more in not living our culture. All right. So we find every excuse not to live our culture. And why I keep saying we, because I include myself, because I have never met one person who lives all the facts that they know to a T. All right. We find ways, because it's in the genes, all right, to rebel against the facts. All right. So the reality is that you can't stop this disease was sent out to eliminate the Adamite gene. And since we know that it's in us, all right, that means that we have to live the culture all the more, because they took the Moderna vaccine. That's not going to save them. So it makes you think it's going to save you. All right. But as you're existing in this Adamite culture, all right, as we're getting as we thinking our way outside of it, there's things that we need to do. So for me, I didn't take the Moderna vaccine immediately, but Bob ended up writing me a letter and told me to take it. So for that reason, I took it. But I also didn't mind taking it for the reason because I wasn't really feeling to take it, because I remember also his other updates from the past where he talked about a vaccine in the past that will help to unleash the zombie gene. And for some reason, a lot of people don't seem to remember that. But at the same time, I respected the place and time, because we didn't do what we needed to do. And it would have been a lot easier to make us targets. All right. Because if you notice, COVID spread anyway. All right. Despite all these people, the people who got the vaccine got COVID anyway. They got sick anyway. All right. So because we're not living the culture, Baba has to kind of play chess. And then on top of it, he knows that we're partaking in things he said not to. All right. He knows we're doing things not to. So we're not getting the protections, because he kept saying you guys are still on the radar. He gave us, before he said to take the vaccine, he gave so much guidance on what to do. And he kept saying you guys aren't listening. You guys aren't listening. He kept saying that. He said you guys do what you want. He said the difference between you and me is that I listen and you don't. All right. So it's so many layers, right? It's so many layers. So it's not saying I wish I took it or I wish I didn't, but I don't want to dwell on this too much, because I don't want to get too personal into your life in a public platform, such as
Okay, no problem. Yeah, I just wanted to say I agree with when Baba said that. He said the difference is I listen and y'all don't. Sometimes we do, but yeah, the spell. All right. What do?
right. So I just want us to be more like, not just be like, well, it's different for me. We all find ways to do it, and that's when that's when things happen. So I knew COVID could change the genes, which it does. I know the vaccine could do it. But I say, as long as I am doing my best, I feel like I'll be protected in the bigger picture. So at that point, it don't matter if I take it or didn't take it. So at that point, because I'm part of a bigger picture, I trust the layout of the bigger picture. So if it's in the best interest of all for what we're going through and what we put ourselves, the situation we put ourselves in, sure. All right, I'll take it, because when I look around, I don't see the culture. All right. So let's continue. We declare to anyone who rejects him and wu-nuwaup, the trustworthy way of life, and becomes high and mighty and would rather have what this temporary world offers, that misery is your destiny, but the eternal regions shall be your final destinations. All right, infernal. So you're creating your hell. Infernal is another way of saying hell. And a lot of us are living very sad lives right now. All right. We, Paa Taraq, as Amun Re, declare to anyone who accepts him in truth, the true manifestation, Paa Re'ah, Amun Nub Re'ak Ptah, who brings forth Re Har Aket, Pa Musa, Pa Amun as Har, and exhibits such devotion through integrity of character and good works as Nuwaupians, that he is saved from hell. All right. Now, what is integrity? When you're doing the right thing, when no one's looking. All right. That's character is something you have to build. All right. Good works as Nuwaupians. Some people do good works. I'm not judging anybody. You have different people doing the same thing, but they're coming from different places. Some people, they just want to get up and teach because they want to be famous. And it feels good to have people look at you and finally listen to you. All right. And some people, they really want to get up and teach because they really want to share the very things they want for others, what they want for themselves. All right. And they see what has happened for themselves. So two things could look exactly the same, but they have different things behind it. All right. So you have integrity of character. That's what's going to help you. Good works as Nuwaupians. All right. Some people do good works, but it's not really coming through integrity. All right. All right. That he is saved from hell. Sometimes do good things without announcing it. All right. No one will ever have to know you did it, but that's how you build your integrity. All right. I remember also there's like what you eat in private. Somebody has said what you eat in private, you wear in public. All right. So that's why we can't lie to ourselves, because our vibrations will tell on us. All right. 43. He has truly found our saving grace, salvation, the ultimate reality. There is not much time left in this cycle. Do you realize this? All right, so now listen to this. There's not much time left in this moon cycle. All right. Technically, we're now in the sun cycle, but there's still energies of the moon cycle is overlap because it's like seasons. You don't just say, oh, it's hot now, it's cold. There's a journey there. So we're in high noon. And nature is going through a cleansing. All right. So you want to be able to receive the healing, and you don't want to be something that nature is actually cleansing itself from. All right. And that's why some of us are getting the healing and some of us are getting eliminated. All right. So Baabaa is warning us. All right. For example, as a race, in other scrolls, Baabaa explains, as a race, Caucasians have already been deemed guilty. All right. So their genes are being worked off this planet. For us, that's contingent on if we're able to keep up with those rays. All right. So that's why Baabaa says in the Bridge to Salvation that we're all mixed in together, from the very evil people to the very good people. We're all side by side and we look the same. But I'm just saying we're carrying the same image. All right. From the liars, the slanderers to the truth tellers, they're all side by side. And that's what you're navigating around us and within yourself. All right. And can you rise your vibration in time? All right. Because it's only going to intensify from here. All right. Because the sun cycle is meant to burn away illusions. All right. That's why you don't want to run from the truth. So when you see things about yourself that you may not particularly basically. Like, see it as an invitation, all right, and accept the invitation to better yourself, all right, rather than hiding. So he has truly found our saving grace, salvation, the ultimate reality. There is not much time left in this cycle. Do you realize this? 45. In this regard, it is important to understand that the worship and feeding of our ancestors is essential components of our way of life. Not flesh and blood of dead animals. That is what lower forces seek. Not us in our in their ritual practices. All right. So for us, do you realize that when you say Arjulaye Nefashukum, all right, that's our song that we sing before we read a scroll. This book is the truth is in the way. What does it say? One of the lines is return to yourselves. Return to yourself. You're out of your mind. All right. You're trying to be like somebody that you're not, and these outside forces are feeding on you. Return to your ancestors. All right, to your frequency. So it's very important to understand that the worship and feeding our ancestors is a central component way of life. All right. And it doesn't mean cutting blood and flesh for them. All right. Because the ones that want that, they're not actually seeking you. They're just seeking that energy. All right. Now note, from above the basic understanding down to understanding of life, death, living, feeding the forces, in reverse to the norm. You are born only to age and die. However, from above, you were dead or living as a Ba soul, only to be born or die as a Ka spirit, to weaken and weaken to be born as Ka's flesh. The blood of this physical plane, regarded as death, is a reduction to a realm wherein the individual's main purpose is to serve the needs of the wanting of flesh, of the flesh. All right. So our flesh has wanting. And for those of us who's exercising, exercising or fasting, I'm going to say, those of us who are fasting, you might get, you may want to eat throughout the day. All right. Because that's what the flesh does. The flesh always wants to validate itself. All right. But sometimes it's good to give that a rest. All right. So you learn to, that you're not feeding something immediate. Sometimes we give into immediate pleasures and we give up the long-term benefits. All right. So when you think of the long-term benefits, you start thinking bigger. You start thinking older. You start thinking wiser. All right. You go into the realm of the soul. All right. When you start just living by flesh alone, you're just living by instinct. All right. And then you may even eat yourself to death. All right. You comfort yourself to death. All right. Because that's the nature of the flesh. The flesh always wants to validate its needs. So through taking, destroying, killing, which in some ways, to some things, is a form of suffering, to kill an animal to eat, chop down a tree to build a table, and so on. All right. Now, what you gonna do? What ends up happening? You start consuming past of what your body needs. All right. You start to overindulge. All right. And now you're out of alignment with the ecology. And now the ecology is going to eventually eliminate you. All right. Now you can just go buy meat and it's already prepared and you could just go eat it. But in reality, when you actually have to prepare the meat and do all that, you'll notice it takes a lot more energy for you to go kill that animal. All right, for example. So you're going to be consuming it a lot more because it became so convenient to consume. So why not? All right. Why not just keep consuming? the pleasures of your body. All right. So all ancestors who reside in the full glory of the Ba soul and on the Ak or Akak eternal realm or a plane overstand your dead existence you call living. All right. So the ancestors who reside, all right. Not all the ancestors reside in that, but the ones who do, who live by soul. All right. You begin a head start on how to be conscious of the soul. And they have the compassion because they understand what it is to have that weakness, all right, of the body. So physical birth is real death. And it is only through the out of body experience and near death experience within one is temporarily awakened. 54. It is through trauma, fear, terror, fright into the etheric plane or the ethereal plane that one comes directly into merged ecstatic contact with the family and truly lives for a moment. All right. Sometimes you'll get that spark for whatever reason, maybe through extreme grief, terror, fright, and it can bring a temporary awareness, all right, to the wisdom on the etheric side. Yet this fear can also bring pretending evil forces who can take the form you wish to see. All right. So now remember, you can open gateways. You may open gateways to the wisdom of your divine ancestors. You may also open gateways to pretending forces. All right. Yet this fear can also bring pretending evil forces who can take the form you wish to see. This happens most to religious people seeking an image of an angel or Jesus or Mary or saints. Evil forces will receive them and say anything, and say anything they believe to use their flesh because it's feeding those Fatu forces. All right. So think of these forces as no different than humans. All right. Humans will tell you whatever you like to get what they want from you. All right. Because they want something from you. So these forces can study your profile, all right, and then appear and tell you what you want to hear. And if you believe in Jesus, fine. All right. If you believe in extraterrestrials, fine. If you want to see that grandmother, fine. All right. If you haven't taken the time to get real with yourself. All right. So it doesn't just limit to Mary and Jesus. It's whatever you want to see, they will lie. All right. And then tell you, go kill that chicken for me. All right. Go do this. All right. Take this substance. All right. Because the reality, they just want to feed. All right. Or for your energy. All right. They need your what is it called? Cooperation. '57. But our deceased ancestors who reside within geometrical ethereal structures maintain by way of our energy of love and attachment linked to our Ka and Ba from Akak ether. The unconscious emotional half connected to memory form the pattern upon death and consciousness. Yet without memory is carefully guided within our family blood, as in genes, to a new infant recently born to a family. All right. So our ancestors link with us to what? The geometrical etheric structures. All right. Because you know that you also have geometrical etheric structures, all right, or physical structures. And these physical structures, all right, can go beyond to the etheric counterpart. So, for example, all right, something as simple as the acoustic world, all right, of sound. All right, in order for you to physically hear sound, it has to vibrate between 20 hertz and 20 kilohertz, or megahertz. Has many megahertz, I'm going to say. So 20 megahertz and 20 hertz is the realm of physical hearing. But you can drop below 20 hertz. You're at 19 hertz. You know that there's still vibration. You just can't physically hear it anymore. You could ascend way beyond 20 megahertz. You won't be able to hear it anymore either. All right. So we can say physical hearing, and then you could say etheric hearing. All right. Because you still pick it up. All right. So your ancestors, that's why you have genetic memory. Sometimes you're just good at something. You just know how to do something. And there's a lot of interest that I have that I realize that I can't think of one thing about myself that I'm not pulling from some ancestor. Not one thing. Not one thing. Not even one experience. Because I realized that, like, I remember I took an interest in something, and then my father's like, "Oh, your grandma does," and then I was like, "Okay," or like my grandma did that, or like something I'm good at. It runs in the family, or whatever the case is, and I'm like, wow, like somebody's doing something, on some realm. All right, even like certain ways that I might express myself. I'm like, that's kind of my personality itself. Yes, I'm unique because of how I'm put together and the decisions of how I might use these gifts, because what I might do with them might be different than what that other person decided to do. But it's like, it's so many components. All right. So you realize that there's a certain pattern, even if I didn't physically meet that relative. All right. You realize there's a certain pattern that's emanating us, whether we are separated from different continents or different times. All right. There's similarities and parallels. All right. So yet without memory is carefully guided within a family, as in genes, to a new infant recently born to a family. All right. So that child is going to have things similar what the family is born into. All right. And if it's not similar to that mother's side of the family, it's going to be something on father's side. All right. It's going to relate. All right. However, if you seek to connect with genes out of your own bloodline, as in the case of Negroids reaching for Caucasian spirit forces or Indian spirit forces or Chinese spirit forces, that is their own deities or their bloodline, and call out to those born to another genetically aligned etheric force, it can't happen. All right. So you're calling out to these forces that's not genetically a match for yours. All right. It's not going to do anything for you. In fact, it's just going to open you up for those. It's going to make anybody answer a call. All right. So you're going to have opportunistic entities that's going to want to attach to you. All right. So you have intervention forces, Oriental forces, voodoo nightmare, Celtic forces. So you're going to see all these different things that it just causes static, all right? Or it just causes you to start leaking energy. You start leaking energy, and it's like, oh, well, that's that. A fool is born every day, Let's go and exploit that ignorance, all right? So 60, they will only open ways for disembodied forces to attack them and swoon them to use their bodies, as you see in holy roller churches when demons take over a person's body. All right. So the person is dressed all nicely and they start throwing themselves around. All right. And they're going to be left with the consequences of all that. All right. 61. They foam at the mouth, their eyes roll back, they start talking gibberish and fall on the ground kicking. The same you see in voodoo rituals. They become possessed by outer forces who are not in tune or in rhythm with their vibrating body. The result is what you see. They convulse or have convulsions or violently shaking. All right. So that explains to you why. Because when you start to feel in rhythm, all right, it should cause a peace and a wisdom and a knowingness. When you're out of rhythm and out of sync, it's going to cause convulsions, all right, interference, and you'll see it act out. So the person starts like jerking and conversing or whatever it is, all right, violently shaking. They claim they received the Holy Ghost or Spirit, but that would be recorded in their own Bible as a comforting spirit, a comforter, not uncomforting as to what you become an eyewitness. 67. In this way, religions, as in music, retains their members within the same genetic core, yet not the same code. For example, you love music created by your own race. You feel it. All right. That's what we used to. Ever since like this scroll, because this scroll is at least, we're in 2025 now. 20. This scroll has to be at least 15 years, if not more, older. All right. And even from there to now, it's more of a breakdown, all right, for us in the West than ever before. All right. So we used to be in tune with music of our own race. All right. Now you have heavy metal punk rockers with dark skin, tattoos all over their face. All right. So you, for example, you love music created by your own race. You feel it. All right. Why did I have so much interest in family members of what I'm just taking a natural interest in life, and what I have a tendency to gravitate to is programmed in my genetics if I'm in my own image. All right. So I have a I can relate to what that person's saying. I relate to that. I feel it. All right. When it's so different, I don't have a propensity to that. All right. Until I become out of my mind. So it's called soul music, but Caucasians call their music hard rock, heavy metal, not soul music, or rhythm and blues. All right. So think about the way that we even relate to music. All right. Africans, they may call it call and response. They have a lot of that. All right. Because it's all about being in rhythm. A lot of the things that we do in nature is automatic, and you rhyme with nature. All right. It's all about rhythm. All right. Soul music. It wasn't by chance. And they call it heavy rock, heavy metal. Did you know that if you get heavy metal, that's considered poisoning? They call it heavy metal poisoning. You have to get those metals out of you. Right. We vibrate on different modes. If you find yourself liking their mode of non-rhythm, it means you are losing your soul to them. Reject it right off and stop listening to it. Turn it off, or you open your way for their evil disembodied forces to discomfort you forever. All right, because you're gonna start putting on their non-music. Now look at the outcome from just one generation. That's just one generation, 15 years ago. And what the children are doing there, it's cool to pop drugs. All right. Pop pills, cut yourself, do all kinds of things that was really for white people before. All right. Now black people can't tell the difference. All right. They want to go and kiss the dog and hug the dog, and the dog is sleeping in my bed. All right. They out of their mind. Because when I was a child, the dog lovers, most of them. I mean, I knew one little black boy who used to eat his ice cream and shit with the dog, and I used to always be like, ew. But for the most part, it was, you just see how fast and what are they vibrating on, all right? How we related to life, all right? People had, I remember this elder, um, he was already old when I was a child. But I remember he used to raise and breed dogs, and he loved dogs. But a dog was a dog, it wasn't a human. And he respected a dog to be a dog. He wasn't trying to make the dog a human. And the dogs had their own area. The house was for humans, all right? But if you asked him, yeah, he loved dogs, but he loved dogs as dogs. So he related, I would say, more to life, uh, more as a African, so to speak. Because Africans, when I go to Africa, they're not living and cozied up with the dogs until they start um, admiring the way Caucasians live, and then now dogs and having them in your pocketbook, that's all a status symbol. All right, but that's not your natural inclination. All right. So if you find yourself liking their mode of non-rhythm, you are losing your soul to them. Reject it right away. Stop listening to it. Turn it off, or you open your way to their evil disembodied forces to discomfort you forever. I'm trying to think. There's a couple songs that I started finding, like when I first listened to it, I'm like, oh, that's offensive. After I listened to it a few times, I'm like, I kind of like it. And I was like, you know what? A part of me wanted to go search for the song and listen to it. I'm not even going to say what song it is, but it was a very ratchet song. And I said, you know what? I don't want to stimulate that unnatural nature, because before you know it, you're entertaining that. And then you start to live those realities that these people are singing about. And to make a conscious effort to, because music that you're programming yourself, all right, to behave and think a certain way. All right. So these tones can open Paa Taraq. That's the 6 ether beings. They can even possess you if you choose a name that is unrelated to your ancestors. All right. So it's empowering to go by the names of your African ancestors. When I first heard the name Noon, I just remember it caused some type of vibration all over my face and in my body. And it just, I didn't know what it meant. But I never really cared about names before. People get my name wrong, I didn't care. But Noon, so it's like when I would hear that, I would feel a vibration. And then it's funny because people say, you really do look like Noon. All right. People who's not in a tribe, but I'm like, I'd rather you call me Noon. And then everybody was like, yeah, Noon fits you. All right. So I appreciate that, because they responded favorably to it. It felt real natural to me. So I wanted to feel that all the time. So I was hoping somebody called my name so I could feel that. So that means that another name is invoking another type of feeling. All right. Or it's tapping into some other force. So by this, I mean, if you have a name that is not related to your ancestors, the tone of your family, when that name is called, all beings, past and from whatever realm, will respond to that tone. So the great thing about me being called Noon, it opens the realm of whatever Noon is. And we're going back to the forces that's permeating through our boundless universe. All right. So I'm attracting my ancestors to me. Now, if I use another name that's not associated with my ancestors, I'm going to attract whatever force that I'm aligning to. All right. So it's better that I align with the ones that's going to respond to wake up the dormant genes. And that's why we say this is a remembering tool. All right. Because we're waking up those dormant genes. All right. If you consciously identify with that tone that is not linked to your body and your bloodline, those beings from a lower realm will come at you like a magnet. You become a portal for them. from their world to yours. All right. So when you have time, go back again and listen. Go watch that music video with Lady Gaga and Beyonce called Telephone. And remember, Beyonce, she's in her room, and she looks like she's going crazy. If you really watch the video, it really depicts the scroll very well. I see you, Delilah. I'm gonna call you right after Zamaltat. And Beyonce and she bails Lady Gaga out of jail. So Lady Gaga is trapped in a certain abode. All right. And what does she come up for? She comes up to eat, because in that music video they go and they kill people, and Beyonce is used to seduce whatever man that she was on a date with. And in the background you have Lady Gaga in the kitchen eating and cooking. All right. And the first thing Beyonce does, she takes a bite of this. It was a honey bun, and then she takes a bite, and then she feeds a bite of it to Lady Gaga. So Lady Gaga represents that demonic force. All right. And then Beyonce is representative of the vehicle that demonic force is using. So Beyonce noticed that she's driving the car. So Lady Gaga gets into Beyonce's car. And then when she's leaving, I'm talking about Lady Gaga when she's getting out of the prison. You hear somebody says, what fool bailed you out this time? All right. So Beyonce is the fool, and she's feeding her family, her people, her very soul to these forces. All right. So you become a portal for them, from their world to yours. Zamaltat, Delilah. Yes.
Greetings, Noon. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Regarding the name Noon, you said you felt vibrations and it felt right. And then you said that you're honoring your ancestors, or your ancestors honor the name as well.
Tua.
Okay. So what was that process to begin with? What is the lineage with it, with your family and it connecting to you?
Okay. All right. So we're gonna go back before divide and conquer. So before my family go through the Caribbean, all right. Well, we're going back to the original forces. All right. So the original forces on this planet is African people. All right. And where did they permeate from? From the first vibrations. So noon, you're gonna hear noon, anun. All right. Amun. You're gonna hear those original vibrations that's permeating existence itself. So I go by way my physical ancestors all the way back to the forces that permeate. All right. And Noon is much more aligned with my African DNA. Now, if you look at me, all right, just take a good look at my face. You can see evidence of other things in my genetics, but it's the African genetics that's what I'm tuning into as the elders on this planet. If that makes sense, Zamaltat.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. So that's the power of us taking the time, because a lot of times people like to tell you what you're not. How you know you Egyptian? How you know you this? How you know you that? And the reality is that our people existed before these pre-existing borders. And those tones existed before a lot of these borders came up. And you'll see different, you'll see, for example, even that martial arts form called capoeira, all right? It could go back to the same tones of cafre or capre, all right? So they're tapping into that same, because it's them acknowledging their African roots through that dance of liberation, which they also use to defend themselves. All right. So even if they did it subconsciously, they still link. All right. And they're empowered And that's why it's such a very spiritual dance for them. All right. Rather than if they called it karate. Actually, karate still takes you back to our tones because that when I said the way I said it, I could hear ka being spirit, ra being the sun, and te or ta being earth. So spirit, sun, earth. But even those tones that are much younger than ours are pulled out of ours. That's why you find Arabic linked to us, you find Chinese linked to us, you find Japanese linked to us, you find all of it. All right. But you go back to your vibration. All right. So there was a lot of power in them uh holding on to that tone. Yes, Samaltat, Delilah?
Yes, so I was just finishing the Akasha records. The Akasha records. I was
Mm-hmm.
just finishing that scroll today, and it makes sense. I know early on when I started listening, I'm fairly new to wu-sabat. However, I've been paying attention to, if I had to sum it up in the few months or the time that I've been um, paying attention, I would say everything has its order, which it does, and timing as well. And it all blends, it all makes sense, and it comes back to the circle or the infinity. It comes back to the beginning. And just as that tone resonated with you when you first discovered it, this tone of wu-sabat has resonated with me because of all of the different. When you were mentioning earlier about the different, I'll say races. Say, for instance, let's say Hinduism and their different rituals. One being Pacific, because it stands out in my mind about taking a red bag, putting money in it, and you'll always have money. Okay, that's something that they have. Now, as a Negroid, that wouldn't work for me. Is that what you're saying? Because that's of a different culture, or
Taoism, that's an example. So let's make it more specific. So like for example,
okay,
you might have a Hindu that has a certain way that they sit and they have a certain stance that unlocks a certain comfort for their genes. The way that they sit may not be in tune with your genetics because the very structure of their bodies are going to be different. All right. So the way I'm just using as an example because you have certain times the way that they hold their body, which is actually may not be healthy for us to do the exact same thing. There's things that will overlap because there's certain universal principles. Like for example, when they're breathing in and they're breathing out, all right, and they're doing their poses and their movements, they're doing yoga. All right. We call it sakem. All right. A lot of yoga, because some of my family do yoga too, and it's very helpful. All right. A lot of the universal things overlap, but then they start specifying. So, like, let's just start saying there's certain universal things that are great for humanity. All right, that we call tap into. But now we start to differentiate. All right. And now you're a man, and that's a woman. All right. You have a man and a woman. What's going to be great for the man's body, all right, to intune perfectly is for that man. And what's going to intune perfectly to unlock that woman's potential, it may, you may have variations, all right, in a certain frequency, all right, or a certain habit that he or she may do differently. There's going to be certain similarities and certain differences. And the Hindus, they may help you to a certain degree because we fell further than the Hindus. We fell all the way to Caucasian. All right. But there's going to be certain limits that they can't go. They won't be able to take your DNA to your full potential. All right. Because it's even like, for example, I remember I was doing some breathing exercises with these Caucasians, and I'm shaped like a black woman. And the way that black people, they have, when you stand up straight, you have a natural curve, all right, in your shape. So your butt naturally sticks out. Their butt goes down. all right, and they're more square. So their pose that they lay in, I have to adjust it. I might have to bend my knee a little different. But if I'm trying to perfect what they're doing, that's in tune for their body shape, it's going to hurt me and it's going to cause discomfort, for example. All right. So when you look at the way what an Asian needs, what an African needs, what these different cultures need, all right, because spirituality and physiology go hand in hand. And in reality, when they're really living by their true culture, they're doing things that's going to be best for their genetics. All right. And what a Caucasian, or let's take the Caucasian, what an Asian person needs for their genes is going to differ. Just your physical biological needs are going to be different. So that means that your spiritual tones may also be different. All right. So there's times where, truth is truth at the end of the day. But if you have an African ancestor that can share something with you, and you have somebody else's ancestor, it's wise to go to your African ancestor if given the choice. All right. Because they can relate. It's like if I have my texture here, and I have the choice to go to a salon run by Black people, and I can go to a Korean salon, it would be foolish for me to go to the Korean salon when I have people who understand already what kind of hair I have. All right. From experience and also just having it themselves on their head. They can do more for me in a wider perspective than the Korean who might damage my hair. All right. If that makes sense.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Yeah. So now, 77. If you consciously identify with that tone that is not linked to your body or your bloodline, those beings from lower realms will come at you like a magnet. All right. So let's just say you're African at a Korean salon. All right. You're going to cause entities, not just Korean entities, because the Korean entities won't be able to hear you. All right, because they have their own frequency. So you're going to be tapping into just opportunistic, like, oh, there's a phone that's off of its is open. It's an open line. Let's all go. All right. Because the African might say, oh, I'm going to the Korean salon because I admire Korean people. So if I go to the Korean salon, they can make me look Korean. And then they'll try, but it won't work because you go to the Korean, like, I like the way you guys do here. Can you make me look like you? And they will probably try. All right. It's not racist that they can't do your hair. They just don't know how. So they can't make that connection with you. All right. And then you walk out, and they just do their best. All right. So you become a portal for them from their worlds to yours. If you are open, these entities or disembodied spirit can use you to do their will. All right. So now, not only do they feed off of you, they're going to have you doing things on their behalf. And you'll feel justified. And I'm thinking religion is a good example, because when I was more religiously indoctrinated, I'm still religiously indoctrinated. It's layers. But it's like you feel self-righteous to go and condemn somebody else. And the way that we feel okay with mistreating somebody because they're bad, because they don't think the way that we do. All right. The reality is that you might be a compassionate person by nature, but the religion has made you a very self-righteous person. And I'll give an example, like in Haiti, when the earthquake happened, some Christians actually went to the voodoo practitioners and started doing violence to them because they really believed that it was because because some people are doing voodoo. And then they went and some of these Christians went and attacked these voodoo practitioners. And these Christians might have been good people, but they're possessed. All right. So now it's like, go fight. They're possessed, and this entity is making them do things that they wouldn't do if they weren't open to that frequency. All right. I know quite a few people like that. That I spend time and I talk to. There's like a lot of, like, I'm learning to revalue people in a new way. And some of the really, like, I could tell at their core they're a really good person, real generous. They have a lot of integrity, but they have certain beliefs that sometimes I just know just to leave them be, not to go against it, because I could already sense that there's going to be something that I can unlock a very ugly side because of self-righteousness. So I just let people at times. Um, and it's like you can see that possession, that person's an open conduit because of their beliefs. All right. And what they may be capable of doing to another person in the sake of self-righteousness. All right. So now they are actually a portal. And that's not really them. I'm like, that's not the person that's doing it. That's the mentality that has infected the person. Because their true mentality is naturally a kind person. And you just know. All right. Because that's not something you could fake. Some people with all the right knowledge and everything like that, and all the facts, they're just not a kind person. Some people are just not good people. You know, some people, they're good people, but it's buried, all right, with all this extra stuff, all right, that they're carrying that's not theirs. And that's why it's a very delicate process to explain that away without it attacking you, you know, and it can happen, right? So if you consciously identify, you become a magnet, all right? If you are open, these entities or disembodied spirit can use you to do their will. You become an open doorway for those beings who are trapped in between dimensions and are craving the feeling of this physical world. Those desires of this world is one reason why they have not moved on. All right. So some of them, some of these ancestors or whoever that once lived here, they're not ready to move on. They want to keep experiencing things. They still feel like they need a body. The body's not obsolete to them yet. They want to eat one more time, have sex one more time, maybe kill somebody one more time, get even with somebody one more time. All right. So you have that example, and then you have all types of different interdimensional entities. All right. So while others are from lower dimensions, as demons who normally are not able to ascend, yet because of a scientific experiment that actually split an atom molecule called a hydrogen collider in June of 2008, they can. All right. So what ended up happening is that there's this machine called the hydrogen collider, and what it's trying to do is trying to duplicate the Big Bang. All right. So they're trying to open certain gateways through vibration. And because of the hydrogen collider, there's more entities that are interdimensionally jumping. All right. This experiment to split an atom molecule was successful. However, it damaged all the equipment and opened the gate to the lower realms, allowing demons the opportunity to literally take over the human body in more ways imaginable, even conceive to take your unborn child and replace it with their own seed. All right. I remember at that time, because this is around the time that that's really funny, because this is around the time that I learned who Baabaa was. That's why I said it was the chaos that drew me. Everybody came in through different gateways, all right, to this information. Some people, they came in Ansar school, all right. Some people came through the Kumbaya, Ashuk, I came in through the chaos, if I'm to be honest. And it was actually this same year / 2009. And I had to navigate the chaos. And that's when I started to write Baabaa. And I needed to sort it, all right, to make sense. But then I remember at that time he said, y'all need to stop having children because you guys are giving birth to demons, which makes a lot of sense. Because how is that? A lot of us were just living outside of our mind, all right? And there's nothing wrong with having children, but we learn also that depending on what you're living, you can tap into different parts of yourself or that other being. And if we're reproducing, because at the time he was talking about dictrin, there's a lot of domestic violence. There's a lot of abuses in the tribe, if we're honest. One thing I noticed in the tribe is a lot of domestic violence, a lot of people scamming people, a lot of things. People are just demonically using the information to empower their desires. And it could be because of that hydrogen collider. Maybe it's just their nature. And then they go in and they're having children. And Baabaa said, you guys are birthing demons. Not to say all the children are demons, but it's like all these gateways are open. And then the people bodies are open. That's why Baabaa said you have to close those holes in the DNA. All right. And you're protecting your bloodline too. All right. So however it damaged all the equipment and opened the gate to lower realms, allowing demons the opportunity to literally take over the human body in more ways imaginable, even conceive to take your unborn children and replace it with their own seed. When you do this, you give life to the dead. So be careful to what name you respond, and choose a name from your own ancient language, from your own bloodline. Nuwaup, Napatan, Monroe. All right. So it's more important than ever before that we start closing these gateways. All right. And the language is going to offer a world of protection. Napatan seen from ancient Monroe, the temple of Amun at Naka. All right. That's also a figure that I can't see. So I'm not going to show it. But you can look that up. The temple of Amun at Naka. 86. Then they say Jesus died and will come again. And if you say, do you mean a reincarnation? They say, no, that is Hindu religion. 87. So what do you mean by a physical man was killed or put to death and his spirit left his body? He gave up the ghost and was dead. And will at the same person rise from the dead with a physical body that ate food, flesh, bread, and even drank wine and fish, who was touched and felt physically by those he knew. This is what their Bible and Quran records. Re means to do again, or re means again, and carnate means physical. So reincarnate is to come back in a physical form, be it a man, bird, or beast. All right. So carnal means animal. All right. Animal is a vehicle of animate. An animate object is a physical object. All right. And when you start to say animal, all right, you're moving energy physically from one point to another. There's different kind of animals. All right. And when you say animism, all right, you're going behind of learning, well, what moves that? All right. So now you're in the realm of animism when you say, I want to go behind the animal into the energy of what's permeating the animal. So the animal becomes a vehicle. So when you hear carnate, you hear carnal. All right. Your carnal senses, carnal. All right. Carnate. Physical again. Physical. All right. So you hear carnate means physical, and re means to do it again, reincarnate. But when they explain what's going to happen to Jesus, that's technically reincarnate. And then you have so much reincarnation in the Bible and the Quran, from when Lazarus is being brought back from the dead. So according to them, Jesus isn't the only one who rises from the dead, because so did Lazarus. So did this other little boy who was dying, or he was already dead. And the mom, and Jesus said to the mom, by your faith, your son is healed. Go back to him. And the son was fine. A dead bird brought back to life. All right. So that's all reincarnation. It just means that come back from the dead. This is what they teach in their holy places and call it resurrection. To resurrect, restore to life, rising again, revival. So they deceive you to get your soul, your faith in them, believe in them, trust in them, and then lose your very soul and contact with your own. Right? Because what ends up happening, you start ignoring your connections because you're seeking somebody else's. What ends up happening, you lose touch from ignoring so much. And now your ancestors are speaking to you and you don't hear them anymore. All right. That means that you have lost your soul. All right. Sometimes you just have a knowingness of what to do in a situation. But now you don't know what to do because you've lost touch with your soul. All right. You have guidance on what you should do, what you shouldn't do. You don't know anymore. All right. It's not 94. It's not a coming back, because only the body dies, not the soul or the spirit. And they are genetically aligned with your bloodline, your own race. Right? So the spirit, you ever heard somebody say, oh, that was mean-spirited to do. That was mean-natured to do. That's a mean-natured thing, or mean-spirited. That's all personality. All right? And personalities tend, when you say personified personality, how it personifies, there tends to be similarities in the bloodline. All right. So there's similarities in the race. All right. So look at the way this group of people eat versus the way this group of people eat. All right. By their bloodline. All right. The way they dance, what they like, what they don't like. It's a genetic alignment. All right. So the spirit, it's not coming back because the body dies, not the soul or the spirit. They are genetically aligned with your bloodline, your own race. All right. So as the body expires, all right, and a new body comes with that same pattern of DNA, that is another form of reincarnation right there. All right. Because that energy reincarnated again. All right. You reincarnate through your bloodline. All right. Sometimes when my father would be looking at me, he said sometimes he feel like he's looking at his mother or father too. Depending. Sometimes he sees different people in me, he says. But I remember one time he was looking at me, and the way he was looking at me, and then he was like, he saw his mom or his, and then he said he also saw his dad, because they both transitioned. All right. But it's in my morphogenetic field, because maybe I have the same micro expression. Maybe the way I looked at him, the tendency of something I said, just the gaze of something. All right. It was familiar for that moment, and it just comes through. Or it's like certain faces I make with my mom. She would do like my hair, and then I do something in my face, and she said, your dad used to do that. It's all the morphogenetic field. Or when I went to stay with one aunt, and then she was like, the same habits that come down, I did the same thing. And then she called the other aunt, and she said, she was telling that other aunt that that's you. She's like, that's you. She do the same thing you do. All right. And it's not like I'm sitting there studying her so I could go duplicate. I'm not even, with her that often. It's just what I want to do, what I'm inclined to do. All right. So the pattern of a bloodline's morphogenetic field or development from origin to its current state, since the entry of individuals with a different genetic code, such as Caucasians, would force the field to change and evolve from 9 ether, the highest, down to 6 ether. At that level, beings from lower vibration demons can claim your soul. Religions are all about race traditions, having you accept their cultures, dress, language, food, symbol, music, holy books, and gods. Keeping things the same and maintaining the exact structures of their ethereal ancestor patterns to keep them existing by you. Or once that they would just disintegrate into nothingness because they vibrate on such low levels. All right. So I remember Baba even saying that you need at least 7 ether to reincarnate. At least 7. All right. The Caucasian, that's why they don't really, when you look at Caucasian culture as opposed to Indian culture, Asian culture, African culture, all right, you notice that Caucasians are more interested in brotherhood than anything else. In most other cultures, even not other non-African cultures, most non-Caucasian cultures, it's about ancestral connection. All right. So it's about ancestors. The reality is that the Caucasians are typically running away from their ancestors, and they have a lot of rituals where they put things to keep their ancestors from coming, because the reality is that their ancestors are interested in eating them. All right. So they don't really have that same ancestral, and that's why they disintegrate. All right. And that's why they have to go and tap into everyone else to keep them alive energetically. All right. 100. If there was no black church, there'd be no soul. The same with African Muslims. They bring soul. Both are more devoted to others' religions than the Indo-Arabs and the Christians. And that's so true. African Muslims, they take Islamism a lot more serious. All right. Much more devoted. All right. The black church, all right, more soul. Because of Negroid's emotion and devotion of sensation acted out with the physical body by way of rituals of prayer, fasting, and other stress related to the spiritual world, and each generates a different frequency rate or color band. The human bioenergetic field. All right. So we could express ourselves to a lot fuller. All right. So we could amplify because of our emotions, because we move energy to a greater degree. All right. Whether that energy is for us or not for us. All right. So like, look at all the creative things that comes out of African people, the music, everything like that. And what do the other races do? They sit and study the Africans and black people world over, and then they just keep duplicating it. And then African people always creating something new. All right. So now they use Africans, all right, to move their energy forward, because the reality is that their stuff goes still. Caucasians, it goes still. And then it just fizzles out and it dies without them going in and tapping into Africans to keep it alive. All right. So the Caucasian and others, like vampires, feed off of your emotions, soul, and you feed their forces, who need to keep you enslaved by blind faith through belief in their religions, by not question, okay, but not question, Hasmuni, 103, but not question or seek facts, truth, that cut the etheric cord that they drink from like a strong drink, through a straw. If you squeeze it, it collapses and the liquid can't pass through. All right. So as Baba says, as he met all of us, he said that's another thing with bridge to salvation. And that's why I don't have time to sit and hold certain relationships or how I came in or feeling superior. I don't have time for that, because when Baba said that he met all of us, we were all wannabes to some degree. Maybe I wasn't necessarily Christian per se, but he said that you guys were all wannabes in some shape or form. All right. So now when you're helping each other, you don't look down on somebody else who you see as a wannabe. They want to be Caucasian, they want to be Arab, or whatever. They want to be other than self and kind. He said that's how you were when I met you. All right. And so that's why you have the facts, the actual facts, to help explain away those delusions. And when you explain away those delusions, you start crushing those etheric cords that these other opportunistic entities are coming to feed off of us. All right. So the same thing happens with the etheric cord. Once you start to check or question what you are drinking, you squeeze the straw and it cuts them and their powers off. All right. That's why you want for your fellow brothers and sisters what you want for yourself. And ultimately, my main attraction wasn't because I was like, oh, Baba's cute. That's not what attracted me at all. I think he's cute though. But that's not what attracted me. What attracted me is that there's certain things for my soul that I need. And I could just tell. Certain questions I had. All right. In certain way that he was able to articulate certain things. That's not contingent on being a wife or not. All right. That's not contingent on these physical things that you're going to outgrow anyway. All right. Because at some point, I'm not going to have a need for a physical body. And then what does it mean? All right. To relate in that way anyway. You want to relate in a more something that oversees all that. All right. So now you can't hold anything over anybody. And no one can hold anything over you. There's no superiority. There's no room for superiority or inferiority or being better or less than. All right. And no one could do that to you based on time or these other silly things. Whatever people do. All right. So you ask those questions, facts. You cut off the mid-level in the force because it is accompanied by a parallel blue frequency, which is higher in the field, and red frequency, which is lower in the field. Notice that the same thing looks similar in your body. All right. Your arteries and your veins. The veins and your arteries. Your arteries are already charged up and it's activated with oxygen. So it has greater energy in it. Your veins are it's depleted and it's going back. It's journeying back to the heart. The arteries are journeying away from the heart. And the veins are journeying back to the heart. All right. So the same thing you have, all right, the same colors, blue frequency and red frequency. All right. So you have mid-level force because accompanied by parallel blue frequency, which is blue also represents the spiritual. All right. And red represents the physical. All right. The spiritual or mental. Let's just say spiritual and physical. All right. And they polarize twin frequencies relate to blue breath and red blood, or spiritual and physical, higher and lower, which creates a natural byproduct to the physical linked to emotions. Calm is blue and stress is red. All right. You need a healthy amount of both. All right. A little stress is good sometimes. For example, fasting is considered a stress because it causes a certain discomfort in your body or exercising, that puts a little stress. All right. And then you have a time for calm. All right. And they work together. All right. And are the basic etheric substances utilized by all their trauma-based belief systems, spooks, ghosts, monsters, ghouls, demons, and the boogeyman. All right. Because what is Jesus all about? You have to accept him, else you're going to go to hell. All right. I got to save you from something. All right. What did Bible come to save you from? Your own ignorance. All right. So you can stop creating this hell and perpetuating it. All right. Link back to your own ancestors. All right. That's not a trauma-based belief system. All right. All kinds of fear that leads to stress is what they feed on, and they promote it all day, every day in the public, by cinemas, music, wars, killing, rape, over and over, from the time you wake up each day until you go to sleep each night. All right. Because that's very stressful when you think about how all these demons and all this other stuff causes a stress. All right. And a lot of times, I remember this lady, she was talking about being in an abusive relationship, and she was in love with this man who kept abusing her, and she said she didn't know why. But it's like he physically abused her. He did a lot of bad things to her. And then she said when he would cause her this pain, he would be the only one that she want comfort from. And she said she don't know like what's wrong with her, but she just wish he would just stop and comfort her. So you realize that that's why this God actually needs this devil. All right. Because it causes the stress, and then you run right back into that same arm. All right. Because why? You wouldn't need them, and they wouldn't have access to you. So they need a stress. All right. And you run into their arms. They push fear for stress, and they can smell the adrenaline secreted from your glands. All right. So I did notice that myself. All right. Because, like, for example, if I'm working out and it's a regular workout, or if I'm just like hot and I'm sweating, I don't smell a certain way. But if I get very stressed or whatever, the sweat smells different. All right. Because you're stimulating something else. So, like, let's just say you're nervous or something else like that, your sweat is going to smell different. All right. So you actually, and then we realize that you're always giving off sound, even if your physical ears can't hear it. Other entities can hear it. All right. So you actually secrete a hormone, and those hormones, depending on how you secrete it, all right, it can attract different type of entities to you because they can actually hear it, smell it, see it, or whatever it is. All right. So they keep you in a certain state, so you keep making those secretions that they are interested in. And the kind of secretions that they want you to make is stress secretions. All right. So now you give off more cortisol and all these types of things that keep you stagnant and trapped. All right. And that's why we learned that chanting, for example, is not just some spooky thing that you're calling out into nothingness. Now you realize the physical implications that it's actually having on your body, because when you start chanting, like, for example, Bob had told me to chant, but I was like, that's spooky. I don't do that. Not that it's spooky, but I was just like, I couldn't really respect it because I don't know what that's for. Like, I might do it once and twice, and then I'm like, okay, now where's the facts? All right. And life had to come full circle. And then I start to realize that what I'm hearing, like the same way with my name, I didn't understand like why it brought such peace. But I realized it was actually opening certain glands just to hear the name. So I started to realize that you have physiological feelings, sensations from emotional. So certain emotions, like for example, when you feel butterflies in your stomach, that's an actual chemical. So you interpret chemicals as emotions. So then I realized that, and it was like through studying anatomy. All right, that made me respect the spiritual world so much better. All right. So now when you start to breathe freely, and Man from Planet Risk, Baabaa came across Yanun, almost like an outer body experience. So from someone else, he was afraid. He was 25 years old. And what did Yanun say to Baabaa? Well, he realized that, oh, I'm safe. Because at first he was scared as the person. And then Yanun said to Baabaa to just relax. And what did he say? He said, open your chest so I could sit in there. And then I read the breath book, and they have some chest expansion exercises. I was like, oh, he means breathe more. He meant that to calm down and breathe more full. Because like when you get stressed, you start to take more shallow breaths. And then you're going to make certain doors that trap you. And when you start to breathe more freely and more completely, you start tapping into the wisdom. All right. And then you attract a different type of entity. All right. A different type of nature to you. All right. Because it's an actual vibration, an actual physical thing. So now Baabaa is tapping into the vibration. All right. That goes back 76 trillion years. So he can tap into that same vibration if he can control, all right, his own body. All right. Because if he's controlling his own body, he's controlling his angles. He's controlling his angles. All right. So let's continue. So they push fear for stress. They could smell the adrenaline secreted from your glands. All right. And like my mom, she's good at that too. She can smell when somebody's not, when they're about to get sick. She said they smell. I smell it too sometimes because you give off different chemicals. All right. And your body gives off different. So sweat, like sweat smells different than just natural sweating because you're hot. 111. They need this to fill. So your fears feed their gods in them. Oh, I am them. It feeds their gods and them. All right. There's some people that they just don't have much feelings. So what do? Because they can't feel, they go and they affect others around them. And they might go and make someone angry. Or they may make the person cry or whatever they do. And it makes them feel like, oh, they matter. Because I could affect the world around me. Because I can't feel these emotions directly. So when that person is feeling these emotions, I feed off of that. All right. So they need this to fill. Caffeine. They drink it as much as they can, as strong as it can be made. All right. Why? Because the reality is that they are not naturally responding. You move. Your emotions move a lot more freely. That's why you could dance a lot more freely. All right. For them, they don't understand. So they have to observe and then they just mimic what's going on. They're just mimicking. And they're not responding. All right. But they see that you can respond. So that's why Lady Gaga used Beyonce's vehicle to do her bidding. All right. So caffeine, they drink it as much as they can and as strong as it can be made. The same with nicotine. They push it on you. Let's go out tonight and party under red lights and drink alcohol and use other intoxicants and listen to high-pitched tones called music. All right. So this was drawn in 1995. But the effects of caffeine. All right. So it's showing us how it branches out in so many aspects of you. So if you can take caffeine, that'd be good. Take it away from yourself. Because the reality is that you naturally secrete serotonin. You naturally secrete melatonin. You naturally have a circadian rhythm that's aligned to nature itself. So you have a natural call and response. All right. Start getting heartburn. You start getting irritation, stomach irritability, headaches, addiction, feeling. All right. Energy crashes, triggers. All right. So now you have a lot of gateways that these opportunistic entities can walk into, because that's another reason why you want to keep your body in a healed state, because your body and your physical, mental, and spiritual is all aligned. All right. And try to like focus on something. Try to focus on a long-term, distant thought while your body's not comfortable. Your body's going to distract you. It actually might make you irritable, and it might make you more prone to being mean to someone. All right. So like if somebody has a headache, they could be the most sweetest person normally, but they have a headache, and you go to talk to them and they look at you with like anger, and they're just a mean person because they have an ailment. So they put these ailments on your body to cause a discomfort. All right. For that reason, so they can get in. Caffeine molecule. All right. You have drugs and alcohol. So let's stay out late when our bodies should be processing our melanin, seduce us to have sex, drain us for our true powers in all ways until we submit to Dracula's nightlife and become a night walker, who they feed off as you become one of their ghouls to bring others out to them. All right. So what do? They feed on you, feed on you, feed on you. And now you've dropped. You know who looks like a ghoul lately? Kanye West. I mean, I thought Kanye West was handsome back in the day. And it's like lately, after being with these crazy people, and I can just see that they're just sucking all the life out of him. All right. He looks like a shell energetically, the way he even carries himself and the way he looks. He doesn't look well. All right. And then in the Beyonce music video is very, very good music video to depict the telephone Beyonce and Lady Gaga. Because what was Beyonce's job? She was a ghoul for Lady Gaga. Because Beyonce went and got more others to feed to Lady Gaga in that video. So you become one of their ghouls and you bring others out to them. You call it just having a good time, fun, party, entertainment, jamming, or hanging out. It's his demonic ritual he wishes to spread the world over. 117. That's how he feels. Now he has many black Draculas or ghouls, black devils, who deliver others to his evil world of sin in the name of pleasure, satisfaction, and recreation, all based on fear, fright, trauma, and rush, excitement, and challenges. All right. So now you got seduced to unnatural habits, unnatural relationships. All right. And as your energy drops, what ends up happening, you'll have to turn to stronger stimulants. So, for example, a lot of us get so drugged up, all right, that, for example, let's just say you get a feeling of love, that you're with somebody that you really care about, and you get butterflies in your stomach. Sometimes you can't feel those butterflies anymore. So what do people do? They turn to, what's that? Adrenaline, all right? Because the butterflies that you could think of that you get in your stomach, the closest thing to that would be adrenaline. All right. So now they start seeking excitement to feel, all right, what they can't feel anymore. All right. So now you need to take a little drug as well, whatever it is, until you are dead. So you seeking all that and you're calling it fun. And it's like, what's the big deal? Because it's normalized. And now you've been seduced to an unnatural way of living. 119. Until you're dead from a car crash, a fight, a drug addiction, AIDS, or this or that to a friend or family member, which adds more stress, and they feed off of that emotion. All right. So look at the type of things that we gravitate towards, and what's the outcome? The outcome is typically you're going to be shortening your life. All right. What they consider like fun, car racing or whatever it is, being very egotistical, offending people. Now you're always fighting. All right. Drug addiction. All right. Smoking cigarettes is cool. Whatever it is. All right. And it's like being a man, you get a lot of women. Now what happens? All right. You contract all types of stuff, So the reality is that you're just adding more stress, and they feed off of that emotion. These are built on two different levels or vibrations, which is seen as colors, red and blue. Both are necessary as a link. The lower pain is red, bloodshed. It has a frequency reinforced and maintained from stress, from the blue, the higher blue. As you stress, you begin to breathe faster and harder. And by doing that, you feed their forces. So what did Baabaa say in the breathing guided meditation? He said you had to learn how to rebreathe. If you can control your breath, you can ultimately control your destiny. And and that's what chanting helps to do. Because you start to breathe more consciously. You start to breathe more consciously, intentionally, and now you realize that it's all the exercise, all right, for your glands. All right. That's just one of the many things that chanting does, but it's that breath, because it's that you use the rhythmic breathing, and the rhythmic breathing matches you up with the natural pulsations that permeates. But what happens is unnatural intakes takes you out of the natural pulsations, and now you are disconnected with the wisdom. All right. So as you stress, you begin to breathe faster and harder, and by doing that, you feed their forces. Upon dying, and a being usually migrates into its bloodline's morphogenetic pool, or from his or her own mind of our mental, which exists at many different frequencies. And that's why Bob is taking us back there while we are alive, because he said like getting this information is like having a head start on the other side. Because what's going to happen is that as you outgrow the physical body, the physical DNA, remember the physical DNA permeates from other dimensions on that same. So for example, the way we look is not random. All right. The way we look is a permeation for the energy that's behind it. So you know that it's responding because the physical responds to the movements of the etheric. So you're going to gravitate to that same morphogenetic pool, all right, that you exist on here. All right. So now if you're in somebody else's morphogenetic link by the time you transition, you're going to be looking for forces that are not your own. All right. So you can be aware of that right here on the physical side. So they're blessed out counterparts to the upper, where they are stored in vast geometric patterns, or limbo until it is time to reincarnate or fade into nothingness. 129. These disincarnate entities can include visits to other living people in forms they wish to see. If they are between 7 through 9 ether or upper levels, it will be of their own bloodline elite. All right. So now you see why all other races, besides the Caucasian, they all are aware and acknowledge their own ancestors. All right. Because I saw these Koreans, they were doing. Now, a lot of Koreans today are Christian, unfortunately. All right. So they are giving up their soul connection themselves. But their traditional, they do a lot of like tones, and they acknowledge their ancestors in their own way. All right. And it links them to their own ancestors. So bloodline. So these disincarnate entities can include visits to living people in forms they wish to see if they are between 7 through 9 ether or upper level. It will be of their own bloodline elites. And from 6 through 1 ether or lower level, it will not be of their own bloodline, but demons who are in effect the spirits who are trapped and feed off of higher level lost souls. All right, so don't become food for the gods. All right. So everybody had someone sent to them except the Caucasian. Because when you look at the history of how Caucasians came about, what were they created for? They were created for food. They were created for slavery. All right. When you go look at the stories of the Mesopotamian gods, and God said, let us create man in our image and after our likeness to toil the soil. All right. You start to realize that these were extraterrestrial stories. All right. So, but demons who are in fact the spirits who are trapped and feed off of higher level lost souls. It's like an etheric battery for them to boost their forces, giving them your power or life forces. They hide their Satanism under their religion, Christianity or Islam, and reverse the light of ignorance to their God, blinding light or fire. The fire is light and light is good or white. These groups serve you. Think darkness, dress in black. The dark and the corresponding ethereal entities that feed off of the blue also feed off the red, which is pain, fear, and stress level frequencies. In fact, they serve both dark and lights, or black devils and pill devils, and pill devils. Utilizing these twin red and blue field frequencies. However, carefully divided nature of these slaves mentally ensures that they will never access or integrate these polarized realities, thereby escaping the ethereal battery syndrome and plugging directly into black devils while they live. All right. So keeping us ignorant of self. All right. Because you're still made up as a circuit. That's why they call it circulatory system. All right. So they plug into your circulatory system and feed off of you. All right. Physically and spiritually, because we know now spiritual and physical is the same thing, just on different dimensions. All right. 139. Because the morphogenetic field also links to chosen living bloodline members, since all consciousness of a race activity and ethereal battery function is rotated counterclockwise for Negroids and clockwise for Tanamkri, or the Caucasoids, meet at the same point in time and is stored at 180 degrees from an individual's ordinary consciousness. All right. So we move different. That's the Caucasian going what we consider clockwise. All right. And the Negroid, you go counterclockwise. They meet in the middle. And Baabaa also uses it as two circles. All right. So when you draw a figure 8, the first figure 8 is going counterclockwise. The second figure 8 is going clockwise. All right. So just draw 8 for yourself, and you're gonna see that's you just draw it that way. You draw 8 counterclockwise. The top circle. Notice that you did that. And then the bottom one, as you continue to draw the 8, you're gonna draw it clockwise. So the Caucasian will be at the bottom, and the African will be at the top. So notice that their highest point is your lowest point, and you meet their best meets your worst. So the only place that they get pulled 6 is the best that they're gonna be. So they go 6 and below. So they deal with the realm of demonic forces as far as what their potential can be. All right, because 6 is the best that it's gonna be. And then for you, you deal with all of it. All right. But you have the ability to become trapped and then even pull down deeper. All right. And that's why I like that movie Get Out, because Get Out with Jordan Peele movie depicts that. All right. So then stored at 180 degrees from an individual's ordinary consciousness. All right. So you meet right there. And you're going to be meeting up and stored at 180 degrees. 141. Those Negroids who lose their souls by submitting to Dracula are unlikely to be able to access any of it, much less begin to gargantuan task of healing and merging those polarized aspects of the mental back with their own genes. All right. So unless you could see the connectedness and the wholeness, you're not being able to heal. And that's why I'm not worried about sharing these scrolls, because at first I was like, people are using it to do bad things. But I'm like, in the breath book, it explained, for example, that because you have a lot of ways, the breath book it shows you how to what is that word called? Astral project, how to send thoughts, how to send energy, how to influence others energetically. All that's in the breath book. How to influence, how to even tap into others' energy if you need to charge yourself up. How to create a circuit to draw on somebody else's energy. That's all in the breath book. However, I was like, well, people could do a lot of bad things with it. In reality, there's certain limits that you won't be able to go past. All right. If you're not, if you don't have a certain integrity, you'll be trapped to certain limits, no matter how much you think you know. You'll be able to know of the information, but it's like being able to know it and not being able to get there. All right. And the breath book explains that. All right. And it has warnings. All right. Of because there's some people, they'll just try to send negative energy to a person, and that means you need to do a certain level of healing yourself. All right. Because that negative energy, especially if that person is blameless, will come back on you, and it just never pans out. All right. So you'll either be limited or you'll hurt yourself. So that's what's happening to a lot of us. So those of the Negroids who lose their soul by submitting to Dracula are unlikely to be able to access any of it, much less begin the gargantuan task of healing and merging the polarized aspects of the mental back with their own genes. All right. So merging the blue and the red forces. All right. Because although we're not trapped in sex, we acknowledge sex. And when I say sex, we acknowledge the physical. All right. We also acknowledge the mental. And for some people, all they have is physical. But you need to merge the physical and the spiritual. Because there's another warning that says don't be existing so much in the spiritual to where you become you start to what's the word that Baabaa used? You start to resent the physical. And the reality, the physical is there for a reason. All right. And you learn to be reasonable within it. So you learn how to merge the two. All right. And that's why you start to hear the word complete union. All right. Because it's a mental and physical resurrection for the people. All right. 142. So, Rei Hak Aket's program facilitates a race basic purpose, that of the directing of its energy and the life essence out of the physical plane, where it engenders expanding consciousness and the welcoming of new and diverse life experience into the ethereal realm in order to feed predatory disincarnate entities and the splintered tormented souls of a race's ancestors. All right, hear the word that Baabaa used, splintered. All right, when you think of a splinter, it means to like break away, splinter or splintered. So now remember, it says, I can succeed as part of the all as long as my wish is to stay in the all, because that's your protection. All right, now you start splintered. All right, now when you splint and you break away, now you become you're outside of your natural projections. Yeah, and you can attract predatory discarnate entities. All right, so that's why Baabaa say, even with the chants, you shouldn't chant angry or upset. If you're upset, just breathe through it before you start chanting, because you can actually bring in you can bring in 60 etheric forces too. And what do you mean by that? Because notice that some people, you don't feel the love, you just feel the ego. All right, that's 6 ether. All right, you don't feel the love, you don't feel the connection, you just feel complexes. All right, that's called being splintered. All right, and then that's tormenting, because now you start to compare. All right, rather than just being part of the all. So are you feeding their lustful forces with your lust? Are you feeding their greed forces by your own greed? Do you move right to left, or do you move left to right? Are you one of the black devils who opened the gate for them to feed of your own bloodline? Are you a ghoul, a Dracula? Do you feed the 6 ether forces of our family powers? Do you feed the lower forces our family liquids? Do you feed our joys, our loves, our family? Do you feed them our lives? Do you welcome them and their evils as a true way of life? Do you let them feed you their religion, their spookism, their ghost and fear of death and what will happen after? Do you stress for them, and do you feed them? That's something to think about. And I'm sure we could all say yes sometimes. All right. Without beginning and without end. All right. And that marks the end of that scroll. All right. So we are open for any comments, questions, or anything like that, or things that it makes you stimulate to want to share with the rest of us.
So I've been sticking to the cultural diet as much as possible, and sometimes I didn't have energy to go to the kitchen and cook, so I'll buy some fruit sometimes and eat. But apparently I've been accumulating malaria in my blood, and it seems like I ate too much mango, so I've been quite sick for some time, for like 1 week and some days. So my question, I'm sure you answered the question, but I was sick, I was weak, and I dozed off some like 2 times. So I'm sure you mentioned it because the second time I heard you speak about it, but I wanted to know if, because I've not been taking these pharmaceutical drugs for a while now. I don't fall sick a lot, so I would fall sick maybe once a year like this, and I usually tend to just sleep it off. But I wanted to know if there something in our cultural practices that could help, or is it better like I should look for these pharmaceutical drugs?
Yes. Okay. So you like, is there like cultural things for us to consume that'll be more conducive for our bodies, and like cultural things we could do when we get sick and things like that? That's the question.
Wow.
Okay. All right. So time we have for the question. Another thing that we have to be mindful of is certain herbs and things that we might consume a lot. So, for example, in my family, we eat a lot of curry. Like those type of things are very good for me because of my family, a lot of India. All right. And I find that like consuming a lot of turmeric for me is very good. All right. And as well as there's certain universal things, like okra. I learned that like men probably shouldn't have a lot of it, but I noticed that just learning the history of how food grew, you'll notice that a lot of it comes from Africa anyway. That became staples in other people's diets. And one thing I found that is a staple around the world, like in Vietnamese food, and because I'm a big food person, I really enjoy food. Vietnamese food and like African food, Caribbean. You see okra, all right, and okra is indigenous to Africa, and sweet potatoes and yams and things like that. Like for example, Baba has said that for our cultural events we should have sweet potatoes because it's so universally it's universally used by us. Like in Africa, they can eat a lot of the yams. Learning learning also the properties of food, so you're not over consuming it. So I noticed, for example, when I was in Ghana and I was eating a lot of apples, I couldn't eat more than but 2 apples because if I eat, I just kind of felt like my body just rejected it after. But I could sit here in America and eat a whole bag of apples, and I realized that the structure of the apple is actually stronger. Or like eating pineapple, I realized that fruit is used a lot as medicine over there, and I realized why, because it's more potent. Um, and so I ate the pineapple, and it made me really sick. Um, and then I realized that because I sat there and ate almost like the half of the pineapple, and it's like you're supposed to eat a couple pieces, but over here you can eat a whole pineapple. So just learning the chemical properties of yourself and what you're interacting in is also a form of wu-nuwaup because you're dealing with the facts. And how things like, for example, Baba himself, he has said he doesn't eat too many fruits because it hinders his creativity. And then he also said fruits are supposed to be used as more as medicine. But there's so many layers of it, and just taking the time to study anatomy, I find is helpful. Studying chemicals, studying how you're put together. We're gonna differentiate a little bit because our families went through different things, and you still have to respect the journey that your last 4 generations took and beyond, because a lot of us have been eating a certain way for a long time, all right, for generations, thousands of years. And it may be conducive for us to still take it, but for another person, another part of the world, it may be conducive for them to take something else. And that's why if you're going to have children with somebody, you should know their background so you can compromise for the child's sake that may need to pull on both.
So understood. So I should look into. I think we have quite a lot of plants. We talk about okra. Yeah, they cook it. They always cook it with meat, so I'll find a way to cook it myself. So yeah, I'll look into all of that. Thank you.
Right. And look into the families before, because Christianity and Islam really affected the traditions of Africa, and it's almost like a hybrid of both worlds now, the way they even eat and how much meat is consumed. So to look at like simple village life, because like being in a big city of Accra versus going to the small villages, they eat a lot less meat in the small villages. I've noticed. They don't even eat that much meat. Not that they don't eat meat, but they just don't. And I realized that, like when I went to Nigeria as well, because what we think is our culture, a lot of it is colonialism, and even the mentality of the food that is considered like more affluent if you have meat and vegetables, like for poor people. And then they'll call that their culture, but I'm like, that's an infiltration. All right, because that's not going to be most conducive for your health. So think about, okay, what was your people doing 400 years ago, 600 years ago? When do things start being changed? You know, anybody who's from Africa, wherever you're from, if you don't mind unmuting and commenting on ways that you may perceive or witness that colonialism affects the way the culture and what you might call your culture. Would anybody like to share? Food being one of them. Well, I heard that Zamal said maybe.
Rahubat. So I live in South Africa, and it's interesting because growing up, and I mean, it doesn't even go that far back. I'm 45, but growing up, I know that having like meat was a luxury that most of us couldn't afford, especially in the rural areas. So if you lived in a household where there were older brothers or brothers, they would go out and hunt, and actually not even hunt, like really. So like they will set traps for small animals, maybe a rabbit. If they caught something big, it would be a duiker. And yeah, so, and that would last for a long time because then they would kill it and then sort of like cut the meat into small pieces. And I have actually done that when I was younger, cut the meat into small pieces, put a lot of salt on the meat, and then hang it out to dry so that you can eat it long after, the animal is no longer available, because like I said, they would go out and literally hunt. And then the way that they would cook it when it was dry, they would sort of like ground it and then mix it with peanuts, ground peanuts, or rather ground nuts. Yeah, peanuts. I think that's what they're called. English is weird. So, but anyways, yeah. So that's how it was. And then I would say maybe after '94, when people thought they were free, and then there were job opportunities, and then people then just wanted to eat meat. And when you mentioned it earlier, that people actually needed to go out to, like, meat was a luxury that you couldn't afford because you needed to sort of like prepare it. I had a thought in my mind, because if we needed to kill a chicken, they would have to send you to go chase it. And it was not easy to catch one. And if there were neighbors, then, like all the younger children, or, the teenagers would have to chase this one chicken. And then by the time you catch it, everyone is sort of like exhausted. So it wasn't something that would be done. And also, we ate meat maybe on Christmas if you are lucky, and there was some sort of like livestock in your family, and even bread. But outside of that, it was just your everyday different vegetables and different fruits. So, like the brother who mentioned mangoes. So I don't know. We have a lot of mangoes where I live. Like you literally can just grow it. Like you can throw the thingy and it will grow. So what happens though is that if you eat a lot of them, then they will normally give you like a running stomach. So like that is the normal kind of like sickness that we know you get from mangoes, and it's like because they're so sweet. So there's too much sugar, so it's almost like then bile, then you're vomiting. Yeah, but that's the sort of like sickness that I'm familiar with when one eats a lot of mangoes during summer, because they're literally everywhere. And it's one of those things that people don't even care about, because almost every single household there's a mango tree or mango trees. If you don't have one, it's simply because you don't want to, because you know that you're gonna walk into somebody's home and then, they are just everywhere. So yeah, but things have changed now with electricity, refrigerators, people working. So some people have changed their diet. They eat meat literally every day. And of course, you have your McDonald's and the KFCs and, things that are not so far away from where we live. Like before, it was difficult to get into town, but things are getting closer and closer. So yeah, our diet has been impacted. And for the West, now we have a lot of people have high blood pressure, sugar diabetes, and stuff like that. And I think for me personally, I was so happy when I came across wu-sabat. And I remember learning about, I attended one of the classes out of the UK, and the one student teacher, someone asked a question about our diet. And as soon as that class was done, I took all the meat that was in my fridge and I gave it to my friend, and I never went back. And soon after that, I went full on vegan. So, and it was so easy for me to transition. So, like, even well, like when we go, we have functions, or I travel somewhere for work, and then I'm like, I don't eat, I'm vegan. So, which means no milk, no eggs, because still people don't even understand unless if someone is a chef, like locally. So you have to explain that no, I don't eat eggs, don't put mayonnaise, don't give me yogurt, don't give me milk, because they don't know what vegan is. So I'm like, the way that we used to eat before we had money. And then they're like, oh,
You went back,
you
yeah,
know,
you went back to your natural. And you see how
exactly.
the way that the mentality linking to it is before we have money, because money
Yeah,
is considered luxurious to eat the meat. And that's why
yeah,
in Nigeria, I was seeing that the people, they wasn't eating the vegetables, and if there's vegetables on the plate, they put it aside and eat the meat and the rice. And there's
Yeah,
not so much
very,
vegetables because it's considered like a more well-to-do, like
yes.
a
You
higher
have
value
made,
meal, a higher value
yeah,
meal.
yes, yes.
And
You come from a good family. You can afford to eat meat every day. So I
right,
think that stereotype is standard across Africa. I mean, we're colonized by more or the same
right.
people anyway.
I
So
feel
they
like it's
think,
throughout the world because that's
yes.
also happening. So many places in the Caribbean, same thing. In any natural place, because you see with like in places like Africa, places like the Caribbean, vegetation grows very easily, and you could prepare something with very little effort, and it sustains you. Um, so that's accessible to you, and then also your genetics work really nicely because it also I was also studying the body, and it's actually more difficult on the body to absorb the nutrition through plants than through an animal. You would think that it's the opposite, but it's a more complex process to absorb through the vegetation, because what happens is that there's so much parts of your body that needs to function for it to happen effectively. So uh beings who can't do it for themselves, they go and because you synthesize the energy into a language that your body can uh understand. And if another animal already did it, all right, they did kind of half the work. So there's certain people's bodies that are deficient, that they don't absorb the same nutrients that's why they eat from the animal. And if you have the ability to absorb that same nutrients directly from the plant, it shows that you are actually, for lack of a better word, a superior being as far as the way your body can operate. All right.
Wow.
Because your body has a deeper, it's like being able to go in the sun, and your melanin can absorb and translate information into energy that your body can use. Some people's bodies can't do that. All right. Same thing with how we relate to the planet and how they have indoctrinated our people world over to make it seem like what they're doing is superior.
Yeah, it's very interesting that you mentioned how things grow easily here. So it's just that I'm using my laptop. So ever
Hmm.
since we've been sitting here, I'm preparing these. I don't even know what they're called in English. No one knows because I only know our local name for it. And it's been raining a lot. A part of me feels like I'm contributing to that because I'm chanting every day. I don't know, something just feels different outside ever since I started chanting. But
Hmm.
so the vegetation is amazing. There are so many things that are growing outside. And I went to my neighbors. Like I said, I live in a village where like almost everyone knows anyone. So I was like, can I please get that? And then they sent me like a whole lot because I was like, I don't eat meat anymore. So anyone who has vegetables, please give me some veggies. So they sent me a whole lot, and I'm busy taking out the
And
seeds.
it's an abundance,
You know,
right?
hey,
It's an abundance.
I don't know what it's called in English to tell you the truth, but
But I
yeah,
mean,
I've
what
been.
I mean by abundance, not the name of the vegetable, but I
Oh
mean
yes,
like,
yes, 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 yes. Oh yeah,
like
there's abundance of yeah, a whole lot of stuff,
yeah.
and yeah, especially and it grows naturally. It's like one moment there's nothing, and then you have a drop of rain, and you go outside on your field, and there's just everything everywhere. Even wherever there's patch of land, you can just find something to eat in terms of vegetables and. But that, like you said, are also you would walk past it and wouldn't even look at it. You wouldn't even think that that's something that a person, can eat. So yeah, it's very interesting how our diet has changed and people are getting sick but funny enough, a lot of people are going back, to that. And I think that's why I really want to learn and live wu-sabat and get to a point where I can also teach. Because at the moment I'm just sharing the information. I know for a fact that it will be so much easier for people here to understand it because a lot of it resonate. Personally, I don't need proof. I watched one video and I just understood everything. I never felt the need to have someone like explain things. Like there's nothing that I don't understand ever since I started watching, listening, and reading. It makes perfect sense to me. And I know that it will be the same to a whole lot of people. Even my mom, who is sort of like, she is religious because it's the only thing that they know. But like, if you take that away from them, you need to have something to replace,
Replace it.
yeah. So I think Usabat will be that. So when I have conversations with her, like I went over there today, and I was telling her about the fasting and how important it is because I'm not coming from, or rather for her religion. I was just talking to her about the health benefits of it, and like she understands, and that always blows my mind when like
Yeah.
I can talk about extraterrestrials with her and she's not freaked out, and then I'm like, huh. So it's a very interesting time and space we're in. But yeah.
I so agree with that. I agree because I'm finding that um I'm not getting the resistance that I think I would get. And I think the reason why is because when you just share the facts, it's different than when you sharing from, oh, well, you had to believe this. And when you share just a fact, the person's mind can reason it out too, if they're reasonable. And I like how you said that in South Africa, they started to eat like the colonial diet, and they started to get the sicknesses. And what ended up happening is many of them are starting to go back, all right, to the way that they used to do it. And naturally, that's going to happen, and that's what I was saying. The same thing in China. Um, One thing I noticed that was really sad, I thought about China, was because China is a tea culture. All right, they drink tea, and they did that for thousands of years, drinking tea. And then in the last 30 years, this millennial generation, Starbucks went to China, and they went from a tea culture to a coffee culture. But I was like, I'm not worried because wisdom lets you kind of like let life play out, because what happens, they go back to their normal patterns because they're going to start getting the sicknesses that they didn't get, all right, before. And they're going to start getting the sicknesses associated with other people. All right, because Asians are known to be healthier than Caucasians, but now they're starting to get the same high blood pressure and problems and heart problems and different things that the Caucasians are getting. What's going to happen? I'm like, I'm not worried they're going to go back to their tea culture. They're going to switch it back once they get over that novelty and they start getting the consequences. And another thing that I'm noticing is that they will, as long as you don't mix too much, that's the thing. So your genetics are going to go off. But and that's why we're learning the power of the genes. And that's why we're told to stop mixing so much because it's causing confusion. All right. And yes, Zamal, Delilah. Zamal
Yes,
Tat, I
right
meant to
quick.
say. Zamal Tat. Yeah.
Thank you. Since we were mentioning, you were talking about the different health foods and such. That's very exciting to know about the fruit because I was beginning to wonder, will we ever, is anyone enjoying good fruit? But it's good to know that our homeland is. However, my question is, are you familiar with any herb in the culture that support menopause?
Particularly not necessarily in the culture, but I do know just offhand. I don't remember Baba talking about it. But I know black cohosh is supposed to be very good um for helping to rebalance women going through those changes. And why it's so important for us too, because Baba had his own herbalist and his own personal doctor. And that's the next step of us getting back into the culture. And the fact that we're even asking, we're even interested again, um, it's a great sign. So I don't see where Baba had a herbal book, but there's a lot of people that they're waking up. There's a herbalist that I really like. Um, she's not in wu-sabat yet, but I'm like, she's a Sabian. Um, just by default. By the way she thinks, the way she puts things together, her knowingness. Her name is Crystal, and she has a lot of things to support female, uh, like female health and female strength. And I've used her stuff and noticed differences. But there's not a particular thing. I'm just familiar with black cohosh and other things. And also fasting also supports the menopause, because anything that's going to help to strengthen your gut is going to link to all the rest of your hormones. And the breathing exercises, all these types of things actually support any hormonal shifts, because chanting itself secretes hormones.
Good to know. Thank you. Tula.
Mhm. Yeah, you'll notice that. And I noticed that as well for myself, because the first time I was starting to chant, and it actually helped my breathing a lot, I noticed. First time I was starting to chant, I was like, I don't really like chanting because it gives me a headache. And I realized because I was buzzing, I didn't really know what I was aiming for, but slowly but surely the vibration started to drop, because that's how you know when you're chanting properly, all right, is that you'll feel your whole being vibrate. All right, the vibration. But the only way that can happen is if you learn to breathe properly. Um, if you don't breathe properly, the vibration is going to be stuck in your head, and it could give you a headache. So you notice that you start vibrating the glands inside your body. And then also when you start to see what the diaphragm does to the internal organs, it gives a pressure and massage to the internal organs. And that helps to stimulate those organs and those glands. All right. So it's all about that whole balance. So when you're learning about one thing, you're balancing all the other, because it's all about alignment and always being balanced. Um, and that's what wu-sabat is supposed to do. All right. So you realize that there's not one thing that you could do that's not affecting the rest of your being. All right. So hormones is a very, very important part of our doctrine.
Very good. I'm waiting for a book order, a scroll order rather, and I ordered the breath book. So I'm looking forward to that, because when I listened to you last week, you mentioned it, and also you mentioned that when you first was told to chant and you said, "What is this?" That was my response as well. So thank you for your encouragement. And as soon as I receive my book, I'll look forward to learning more. So much thankful.
Yeah. Well, that's my favorite scroll. If I was to take one scroll, I feel like that scroll opened all the other scrolls. Even though when I first read it, I had to mature and to appreciate it. Cause not every jewel, like it's like giving a 5-year-old information sometimes. Sometimes a 5-year-old, you mature into certain things you get, and certain things you mature into. And it's like that scroll I could see in every single scroll. Like every time I read any scroll about anything, I always think of the breath book, because I could relate it to the breath. And I'm like, everything is about the breath. And I'm like, to heal yourself, heal your emotions, your breath, your hormones, your breath. And it's like people spend so much money on herbs. And I'm not saying I use herbs too, because I just wanted to show I do have some herbs right here. I'm going to take after I finish. But the one thing that I could say single-handedly made the biggest difference was the breath for me. And then when I was learning to chant, how fast the chanting healed the breath. and you start to be sensitive to different parts of your body that maybe others are more sensitive to. But, you know, me being in the West, maybe my soul was leaving, you know? So certain things I didn't know what I was listening to, what I was hearing. And it helped me to get more rooted again. All right. And even my voice, like I could hear, because because I upload these videos to YouTube. So sometimes when I'm uploading it, I add the graphics and different things like that. And I have to listen to my voice. And I'm able to like see the growth. And I'm also able to still diagnose what I'm still working on. Because I can hear things in certain qualities and certain forces with my physical ear. And I'm like, oh, that's what it is. Even that nasalness, I feel like, okay, I really heard it last time. And I'm hearing it even now. But the breath is bringing that soul back, and it's learning to speak through vibration. And that's what we're getting back. And you'll start to feel yourself just vibrate and open up. The chance gets you there faster. All right. And it's certain, so much trauma has happened to our physical instruments. And that's why we chant constantly, to constantly tune ourselves back up. All right. And the singing and chanting. But that's, you know, that had to grow on me. And Baba had actually, he even wrote me my own chant just for myself. And I just was like, I looked at the chant, like, oh, cool. Let me turn to something that I'm interested in, though. I just, you know, and that's the mentality that I had. So it was like a whole, maybe a decade later for me to really appreciate when I really needed it. And for the first time in my life, I never had anxiety. I always had good posture. I always breathed properly, but then something happened, and then suddenly I wasn't breathing properly anymore. My posture suffered. And like I always had an easy time expressing my thoughts, and then suddenly I couldn't. It was like something was trapped, and the sound wouldn't come out, and it would come out in a very way. So I just wanted to be better. And I actually ended up using the chance, and that's how it became real to me. So sometimes the negative is actually very positive to your story, because sometimes we could appreciate, as both negative and positive beings, sometimes we could appreciate the negativity. It's not just positivity that's making us grow, it's the negativity as well. So that's for my story, is actually negativity, because hearing all great things about yourself, or you're a good person and all that, sometimes that doesn't motivate you as much as something negative happening. So I could appreciate both things in my life. And actually having to heal past certain things made me actually, that was my confirmation. And it wasn't like something I'm like, oh, let me research in some book. Life played out for me, and it came full circle. And I was able to actually have a tool to use. And one thing I noticed is that I had to learn about the vagus nerve, which is, it runs throughout your body. It's the longest nerve system. And you start to realize that you're healing these different parts of your system, and then your hormones open up. And then one thing I noticed as well, it corrected a lot of things that I was working on in other ways, because I was like, I go to the gym a lot, I eat nicely, and then I was actually eating worse while I was chanting and breathing, and my body and everything aligned, and my digestive system got stronger. And I was like, wow, there's so many dimensions. And also I noticed that inside your mouth, you could see the back of your throat. And when you're stressed, sometimes it leans to one side, and then you'll notice that your throat is crooked. And chanting helps to soothe it back down. So now you could do those chanting in front of the mirror, and you start to see your vessel open up to you, and you feel the love and the balance and the support, and you feel yourself rounding yourself out. So it's a journey, of confirmations. And many of us, we fell outside of the culture. Many of us in our cultures maintained it. So other people who have their drumming circles still, they'll just automatically know what you're talking about. For those of us who lost touch with those type of things, we have to, sometimes life plays out. And then when we finally catch on to that tone, we're like, that's what everybody was talking about. So different things, the level of trauma happened to us on different levels. So for mine, I was a little disconnected. So I couldn't even recognize a jewel when it was sitting in front of me. Where somebody else, they might be able to see it right away. All right.
Sounds good. Thank you so much. That's so encouraging. Thank
Yeah,
you.
we're working. I'm here
Yes,
too, and
yes.
a lot of
I
things.
I
Uh-huh.
I totally say that, as you see how I'm stumbling for words here, and that is normally not me, but this transition has happened. And just as the sister earlier said, it wasn't a matter of question, it was confirmation where I am now. So as you say, with maturity, you come appreciation for a lot of things. So I can appreciate that.
Right. Yeah, and I appreciate, like, there's so many things, and I'm like, so many layers is opening up, and I realize that it's not the information itself, it's you. It's allowing you access to parts of yourself. Some of us already coming. That's why I was saying that. Um, like, I remember Baba was trying to tell me about something because I was telling him how smart somebody was. And then he was just because someone sits down and study and they can memorize things, he said anybody could do that. But to truly know, not everybody knows. Like, you can read all this and still not know anything. And it's like, that's why I didn't really understand what he meant by that. He might not have said it exactly the way I said it, because I don't think he said like to really know something. But that's an inner thing. That's an inner thing. And I realize that sometimes people, they may not have read the scroll yet, but they may have a connection and they just don't have that vocabulary yet. So they may know something um on a level, and once they get those words, they're like, yeah, they already knew that. And some of us, we come to know it, and some of us will never know it, no matter how many vocabulary words we get. So it made me be a lot more, as much as I feel the upliftment, it also made me feel humble within humanity. And it's like when I came across like this artist's work with this one right here of this lady, when I saw it, I instantly saw all the messages of wu-sabat. And I was like, wow, but he never even heard of Baba. But his artwork, and so much of his artwork is in tune with the messages and the frequencies. And I'm like, how did he know that this angle or that? And it's like he's already in tune. So it's like our family is spread out, and it's up to us to like activate and reconnect. And it's happening anyway because it is a genetic doctrine. So it makes me like appreciate everyone else's journey and not have that same arrogance that some people may have because it sounds deep. But you realize that even in the most simplistic way, if a person has that pattern, they're saying the same thing. Um, if they're in tune with nature, and a lot of people, they may be more in tune, start off more in tune than what others start off, or wherever it is. So it made me respect the journeys of myself and everybody else. And being able to, that's the main thing, being able to recognize those patterns when natural nature is speaking to you. All right. And I remember Baba also saying that the real patterns are not really confined to books, they're out in nature. Nature confirms us. All right. And Baba's teaching us how to relate to nature again through our own minds. All right. I spoke a lot on that. Does anybody else have anything to say? Because I don't want to monopolize the thought too much of anything they like to share. All right. So, oh, I see. Zamal her seed. Yes.
Rive, Monsieur, and Zamotet, Nanette, I just wanted to say, tell her for this reading. Um, I know I don't say much, but I'm doing a lot of processing, in that I can honestly say the master teacher is really changing a lot of people's lives. And again, your reading is reaching out for a lot. So again, thank you.
Tower hat Zamal, and it's definitely changed my life for the better. And certain things I might have done subconsciously, now I could do consciously. And that's another thing I want to talk about, mention, is that learning how to get to places at will. All right. So as we bring, because Bobby uses the word conscious a lot, as we bring things into our consciousness, now we can do it at will. All right. And now we're living more by faith than faith, because there's a lot of things that I just happen to know, but I was just like, I don't know. And rather than taking time to know more, all right, it would give you more power behind what you already have. All right. So you're not just randomly tapping into things anymore. Now you know how to get to certain places at will, because now you understand the conditions, and now you can duplicate the conditions. All right. So, like, for example, when Zamaltat Linky was talking about, she's just noticing that there's been a lot of rain and it's bringing abundance. And she's noticed that since she's been chanting, and she feels like maybe her chanting is having an effect on the environment. And the reality that could be very true. And as she learns more, right, she has the intuition already to think, well, I can feel a connection between what's happening. And as she gets more connected to that, she's going to be even more empowered, because it starts with the intuition, but then things start to confirm it more and more. So she has more knowledge behind. All right. If she wants to not just accomplish that in her life, maybe something else, and learn the sciences and the angles and how she fits in, how nature fits in, and where she fits in nature, and nature's in her, and it playing out. Wu-sabat allows us to start to document it for ourselves. All right. Anybody else before we wrap up? We'll take like 2 more comments. All right. Oh, yes, Zamaltat Linky.
I wanted to ask about, is there a book of names? As you can see, I have, I don't even know if my name is English or Afrikaans, just
Yes,
written in
there's
English.
a book of names. It's the AEO book of names. I'm sure it's going to be available to everyone. Let me see. I think I have it. It's called Renanat, which is names, the name book. And then a person could go and look through the book, and choose a name. Like, either you can get a name by a naming ceremony, or you can see what you vibrate to, what feels, and also the meanings of it. So when you're choosing a name, there's a couple ways you could choose a name. You could choose a name on something that you would like to embody within yourself. And you could also choose a name that it may vibrate close to the name that you have as well. Like, so for example, somebody had the name, I forgot, Ramos. I forgot now I can't remember what name he chose. I can't remember, but it was very similar to the vibration, and he really liked it, and he felt like it opened uh things in his life. But yeah, there's a naming book. I know I owned it, but I'm like, do I still have that book? I'll put a copy of the cover when I find it.
Yeah, that would be much appreciated. Um, Even though I have, like I said, I don't even know where my name comes from. Years ago, I was working in this place, and this white guy, the owner, said to me, "Your name is Linky, so you are the link. You are the link between the game reserves and the communities." And it felt so true given the work that I do. So it never, it bothered me that I didn't have like a Shangan name. But after having that conversation, I was like, okay, it makes sense. So I'm just gonna sort of like forget about the why. And focus more on the link. So I feel like I've been living my life and doing the work that I do. I know that my name sort of like it does play a role in that. And I do think about that a lot. Like if I do something, and it makes sense because culturally names are meaningful as well. We're not just given names. And I know that my mom said one of my uncle's wives, she gave me the name because she didn't have children. So when my mom gave birth to me, so she was like, please, can I name her? And then she named me Linky. So, and of course, then everyone said no, and I just have this one name. Meanwhile, in general, we will have two names. So there'll be the English name because white people couldn't pronounce our names. So yeah, and then your Shangan or whatever African name, and in general, it's almost like you have a work name or school name and then your real name. That's how we've always viewed it. So, like if you come to a village and you're looking for a George, for an example, you will walk around the village and you'll never know who George is because there may be a George, but we know them as their Shangan name. And that's very common, unless if certain people went to school with that person so they would know who you're talking about because oh yeah I went to school with them but they're called so and so here, so that's their school name or their work name or I don't know, white name and whatnot. So yeah, I would love to to get a name, and it's easy. I think in South Africa you can easily change your name and get a new name and go through the whole process with your IDs and whatnot. I know a boy next to me that I have changed his name because his mother decided to name him Kila because it's an English name. And then, so when he found employment, he couldn't call himself that. So he had to go and change it. And he named himself, or rather, his younger sister named him Mark. So, yeah, interesting. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Well, when I was thinking of your name, I thought Linky too. I thought like, oh, the link. I was thinking South Africa and how everyone links to South Africa. That's really what I think about when I look at your name. That's how I can always remember. But you can probably find the equivalent of your language or wu-sabat of what force deals with uniting and linking and yeah. And even that woman, she didn't have children, so she named you a name that she could link, her motherhood to you. So it's like
Yeah.
it's yeah, I named one child myself, yeah, and she transitioned unfortunately in an accident. But yeah, it's very powerful to name someone. Uh and you could start by renaming yourself. So if you like that job that you play, find the equivalent of that meaning so you can carry the tones, uh, which will probably empower you more with that intention.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fantastic. I'll look into that. I really like it sort of like guided me to yeah do what I do, which I love. So yeah, I would love to find something that relates to that, being the bridge, connecting two worlds, especially given the country where I live and the spaces where I live, where the world is still like super divided, even though it may not appear to be. Um, and now I'm thinking actually maybe it is a good thing, because earlier you mentioned mixing. In rural spaces, we don't have a lot of that. But I was also thinking that the other day I went to fetch my mom from work. She works in a clinic which is just a village away from where we stay. And then I saw a white guy. I'm like, huh, who is that white guy? She was like, oh, he lives in Justicia, which is our village where we live. I was like, huh? She was like, yeah, that woman is his wife. So I was like, wow. It's slowly, it's here.
Right.
Because my village is like the last village in the eastern side of South Africa. The area is called Mpumalanga, which means the what do they call it when they advertise, the land where the sun rises, basically. So it's in the east, and it can get like really really hot, like really really hot. So yeah, I was like, and it's the last village. So you've got your Kruger National Park, and then our village, and then you move up. So it's sort of like the last village or the first village, depending on which direction you're coming from. So yeah, there are white people nearby in the private game reserves and whatnot, but they are normally here for work, and then they don't stay here. So I was like, I wonder where he's from. I didn't think he was South African, but I could be wrong. So it was interesting to hear that we do have a white man who married a Shangan woman, and they live here in Justicia. And my mom said he was really sick, but he was walking. They were walking home after that. So I was like, okay, I guess soon we will be mixing. We do have some Ethiopian, no. Where do they come? Pakistani. They have sort of like shops around here as well, but they don't like marrying women from the locals. It does happen, but it's rare. And sometimes I think I have heard people saying that if they do have a child with someone here, they will take the child with them when they leave. I don't know how true that is. So actually, maybe it's not even worth repeating. But
Mm.
yeah, we are still sort of like secluded in a way, versus if one were to go to the bigger cities where there is much more mixing
Mm.
than rural spaces. And also,
Yeah.
people view it as an accomplishment. Like if you marry a white person, it's like, oh my God,
Yeah.
look at you. It's a thing.
It's sad. It's the same thing with the food. Like I experienced that too. I've seen it. I've seen it play out. But it's like, in time, if she has enough of her sun heat genes, which more than likely she does, because they haven't been mixing for as much as other places. Because of my family, they've been mixing a lot, and I'm still here with the level of consciousness I have, which I'm very grateful for. Um,
Mm.
a lot of the times you have to sometimes touch the fire to realize how hot it is, and why you shouldn't touch it. So with the time that we're in, our genetics are still going to rise. We're making mistakes along the way. Like the Chinese taking the coffee and all that. But if they have enough of their genes still in them, they're going to find their way back home.
Okay. I will try
Yeah.
so.
So with that being said, I think this is a great place for us to wrap up for the recording stops. I appreciate everybody coming together. We finished the scroll, so we won't come together tomorrow, but I will put it in the chats what scroll we're going to read next. And that's all I have for spending time. Whoever's fasting, today we're going to be going through the 9 days together, and we're going to keep unmuting the chat just so that we can give support to each other. We're going to acknowledge Mary Abba Akron throughout the week. And And with that being said, I shook my side and Wadu.